Chapter 1838. Your Majesty. Cheng Yarojin glared at Wei Zhang and then slowly looked away. I have informed Big He on my way here. He has led the army to Chang'an City to suppress the people. I believe that in less than half an hour, there will be immediate results. Hearing this, Li Shimin's frowning brows relaxed. He knew Yu Qigong's ability very well. He had always been famous for his bravery and fighting. Since he followed him to lead the army, he rarely lost. It should be no problem for him to suppress some people. Since Jingde has already rushed to Chang'an City, I believe there will be no problem. Now, let's talk about the matter at hand. What is the thing in the sky? He glanced at the crowd, and his face was full of worry. To be honest, he really didn't want to believe that the thing in the sky was the manifestation of immortals. However, all the signs made him have to believe it. It was really a little worrying. Your Majesty. Fang Xianling stepped forward with his hands folded. He glanced at the thing in the sky and said slowly, Your Majesty, Xu Jindo, Master Yuan, and Master Li of the Imperial Astronomer are all here. Why don't you let them do a divination to find out the mysteries of heaven? Yes, how could I forget these three? Li Shimin's face showed a trace of joy. Then, he glanced at the three people who stood out among the crowd. Why did they stand out among the crowd? It was because they were all wearing Taoist robes. There was a faint temperament of Taoist masters emerging. The three of you, please do a divination for the Tang dynasty. What is the thing in the sky? In fact, they had already done a divination before coming to the palace. They had even asked Xu Jindo of the Imperial Astronomer to do a divination together. The three of them did a divination together, but they didn't find any mysteries of heaven or anything. That was why they came to the palace to discuss with His Majesty. However, as soon as they came, they were temporarily delayed because of the matter in Chang'an City. During this period, he secretly did a divination in his sleeve, but he didn't find anything. Now, His Majesty asked him to do a divination. This, if he couldn't find out the thing in the sky, wouldn't he ruin his reputation? And he would be guilty of deceiving the emperor. However, he couldn't refuse the emperor's request. Otherwise, it would be a crime of disobedience. It seemed that he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Thinking of this, he formed a seal with his right hand and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. However, you must prepare incense tables, candlesticks, and other sacrificial items. These are all trivial matters. Daoist priest, please do it quickly. Li Shimin readily agreed. Then, he looked at Little Gizi who was on standby. Little Gizi, immediately send someone to prepare the incense table and candlesticks. It must be quick. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Gizi bowed and turned to leave. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Gizi leisurely walked over with a few eunuchs, holding incense, candles, yellow paper, and other sacrificial items. The imperial palace often held sacrificial ceremonies, so these things were necessary and not difficult to find. The incense table was neatly arranged under Xiao Gizi's direction, and the candlesticks and yellow paper were also neatly arranged. The three of you, can we begin now? Li Shimin glanced at Yuan Tiangang and others and asked eagerly. Yuan Tiangang didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the unidentified flying object in the sky. After about 2 or 3 seconds, he frowned and said, Your Majesty, we can begin. After that, he turned to look at Li Chunfeng and others behind him and said helplessly, Chunfeng, Jindo, let's do the divination together. The two nodded and didn't speak because they knew that it was useless to say anything now. Only the divination would know the truth. Although there was no result just now, they might be able to get a glimpse now. With such a lucky thought, the three of them walked to the incense table with seals in their hands. Yuan Tiangang stood in the middle, picked up the wooden sword on the incense table, and stood in front of him. Then, he formed a seal with his left hand and glanced at the two people on his left and right. Chunfeng, Jindo, raise the sword. Let's start together. The two of them understood, so they didn't need to say anything. They nodded and grabbed the wooden sword. After looking at each other, the three of them closed their eyes and began to chant. Wearing a canopy on the head, walking on Kueigang, supporting Liujia on the left, Luding on the right, Luding on the front, Luding on the back. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them opened their eyes. At this moment, their eyes seemed to emit a light that couldn't be seen clearly or touched. Then, they began to wave the wooden sword in their hands. First, it was up and then down. It seemed to be disorderly, but in fact, it contained the universe. The 9 luminaries move forward, the beginning of the origin lingers, the essence of the flower responds to the brightness, the original spirit scatters, the endless flow of hope descends upon me, the glory of Zhu Jing, the stagnation is lifted, the red clouds rise, the purple star rises, all things in the world, let me be a prophet. The three of them put the seal in their left hands to the tip of their noses and urged the incantation with a serious face. At this moment, they seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Everything around them had nothing to do with them. The people behind them looked at this scene and didn't feel surprised because it wasn't the first time they had seen it. Every time the royal family offered sacrifices, they would let the official office of the imperial astronomer do it. Sometimes, they would invite Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, and others. Chapter 1839. Although they were used to these things, they still had some repulsion in their hearts. Ghosts and gods were mysterious and unpredictable. How could they be seen through so simply by reciting a few spells? Especially Cheng Yarojin, he was even more disgusted with these things. He even put his hands up and was ready to watch a good show. He was a soldier and had killed more people than the people of Chang'an City. If there were really ghosts and gods, why didn't they come to take his life? Of course, he only belonged to the kind of people who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but he didn't dare to be disrespectful to ghosts and gods because there had been sacrificial activities since ancient times. These acts of praying for people's blessings were originally good intentions. They could not believe in them, but they could not be destroyed. Otherwise, they would become the public enemy of the entire Tang dynasty, which was not something a duke could bear. Li Shimin didn't know these different thoughts of the people. At this time, he clenched his fists and opened his eyes wide. It seemed that he wanted to see something from such a ceremony, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. In fact, he also belonged to the kind of people who didn't believe in ghosts and gods. What immortals? If these immortals really exist, why did the people of the Tang dynasty suffer so much? Thinking of the Turks who killed the people of the Tang dynasty for fun a few years ago, he was full of doubts about the immortals. However, he was not only Li Shimin, but also the emperor of the Tang dynasty. When such a strange thing appeared, people couldn't go to heaven to check it. They could only hope for ghosts and gods, so they invited Yuan Tiangang and others. Otherwise, how could they know the truth? There was no other way. Only by figuring out what it was could he give the people an answer and appease the restless people. Otherwise, how could he face the people of the Tang dynasty in the future? Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face showed the sadness again. He subconsciously took out a cigarette from his waist and stretched out his slightly trembling right hand to touch the fire roll, but he didn't feel anything. At this time, Xiao Gizi hurriedly took out a match from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He was His Majesty's personal eunuch, so it was necessary for him to have sharp eyes. Ever since he knew His Majesty liked this, the match at his waist had never been broken. Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi out of the corner of his eye and nodded slightly. He stretched out the cigarette, lit it slowly, and took a deep breath. This relieved his tight nerves. After relaxing for a while, he turned his eyes again to Yuan Tiangang and others who were doing the ritual. Yuan Tiangang and the other two had adjusted the posture of the wooden swords in their hands, but they still kept chanting. Heaven and earth are natural, the filthy air is dispersed, the mysterious void in the cave, the dazzling Taiyuan, the mighty gods from all directions, make me natural, the talisman of Lingbao, announced to the 9 heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Chunfeng and Xu Jindo and said solemnly, "Take them." The three of them took a long breath and put the long swords on the incense table. Yuan Tiangang took out 3 copper coins from his sleeve and threw them on the incense table. He put his palms together and murmured. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the copper wire. How could this be? Yuan Tiangang's pupils shrank, and his brows were almost knitted together. Li Chunfeng and Xu Jindo were the same. They were in disbelief, as if this divination wasn't done by them. The three of you, what happened? Li Shimin noticed the abnormality and quickly stepped forward. He glanced at the copper coins on the incense table, but he couldn't understand them at all. He had to look at Li Chunfeng and others and asked, "Taoist, how do you explain this divination?" No one answered. The three of them stared at the copper coins as if they didn't hear Li Shimin. They weren't pretending not to hear him, nor were they purposely not answering. It was because of this divination. This divination was really strange. Usually, no matter what happened, Yuan Tiangang was alone. Even if he didn't know everything, he could still get a glimpse of the big picture. There was also Li Chunfeng, whose cultivation was not lower than Yuan Tiangang's. The two of them were teachers and friends. When they worked together, there had never been a divination that they couldn't solve, let alone the half-baked Shu Jindo. However, when the three of them worked together today, the divination couldn't be solved. There was no reason for it. It was as if the things in the sky came out of nowhere and had nothing to do with ghosts or gods. Strange, very strange. Li Chunfeng frowned. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to study whether there was a problem with his Taoist technique. He was focused on this divination. "Taoist Li, why do you say so?" Li Shimin saw that Li Chunfeng was the only one who spoke, so he had to ask this unlucky guy. "Your Majesty, there's something you don't know." Li Chunfeng glanced at Li Shimin and didn't salute. Maybe it was because he only thought of him as a beggar, or maybe it was because he was so immersed in the divination that he had completely forgotten. "Your Majesty, in the past, Tiangang and I have always divined things clearly. Today, with Brother Jindo, there should be no problem. However, there was a mistake. Not only did we fail to divine what is in the sky, but we also failed to divine the cause. This is really strange." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the object in the sky, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and bewilderment. He thought to himself, "If I know what it is, I'll definitely study it for 7 days and 7 nights before I stop." Chapter 1840. However, he didn't see Li Shimin's lonely eyes. It seemed that the hope in his heart had been shattered. How could this be? Li Shimin's hands trembled a little. He glanced at the three people and said, "Even the three of you can't figure out what this is? Then who else in the Tang dynasty can know?" "Your Majesty, don't panic." Yuan Tiangang hurriedly stepped forward and held Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, although we didn't figure out what this is, we feel that it is an ominous sign." "What do you mean?" Zhongsun Wuji stepped forward and took Yuan Tiangang's right hand. He was a little surprised. At the emperor's side, he could be said to be the most loyal subordinate because the current empress was his sister, and the emperor was his brother-in-law. Zhongsun Wuji's family had invested in the Tang dynasty. Now Yuan Tiangang suddenly said that it was an ominous sign. Didn't that mean that the Tang dynasty would be in danger? How could his current uncle sit still? Not only him, but Cheng Yaojin, Wei Zheng, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and others also stepped forward quickly. Their average age was not young, and their steps were a little staggered, but this could not stop their determination to worry about the country and the people. Especially Cheng Yaojin, his eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it because he knew that the current emperor had a good emperor who worried about the country and the people. He had deeply understood this since he followed Li Shimin. He had gone through fire and water with the soldiers, ate and slept with them. How could such an emperor have any ominous sign? There was also Wei Zheng. He also couldn't believe it. Although His Majesty was sometimes lazy, violent, and ruthless, His Majesty was a qualified monarch because he handled political affairs conscientiously every day. How could there be an ominous sign? This was really a little ridiculous. Li Shimin naturally noticed the nervous expressions on the faces of the officials. He was very gratified that he was able to receive the support of everyone. He did not waste his time as the ruler. But what was this ominous sign? He thought of the change in the Xuanwu Gate. Could it be that Yuan Tiangang's words were true? Even the heavens were dissatisfied and wanted to punish him with misfortune? If that was the case, he hoped that God would not punish the people of the Tang dynasty. After praying in his heart, he turned his eyes to Yuan Tiangang again, but his heart was in a mess. "Daoist Yuan, please continue." Li Shimin's face was a little pale, and only his trembling hands showed his inner fear. "Yes, Your Majesty. Yuan Tiangang cupped his hands and said slowly under everyone's complicated gaze, "Do you still remember the Preaching Bewilderment Stone?" "What?" Wei Zheng's eyes widened, his hands trembling as he shot a glance at the object in the sky. "You mean to say that the object in the sky is Mars?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar among the officials. "What? It's Mars? How could it be?" The three words Mars stone were like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, instantly causing countless ripples. Most of the people present were Confucian scholars. They were familiar with history and deeply knew what the three words Mars represented. It was a star of misfortune. Mars was known as Mars due to its fiery glow and unpredictable whereabouts. It was also known as the Crimson Star, the Punishment Star, and the Law Enforcement Star. Throughout history, whenever Mars appeared, there would be endless disasters and countless casualties. The earliest record was in the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. King Hui of Chu destroyed the Chen dynasty, which was said to have a great relationship with Mars. Later, when Ying Zhang unified the 6 states, Mars fell on the East County and was engraved with 6 words. The first emperor died and the land was divided, causing countless innocent people in the East County to suffer. At the end of the Western Han dynasty, someone reported to the Prime Minister of Emperor Cheng of Han that there was a celestial phenomenon of Mars guarding the heart, and the Prime Minister committed suicide. All kinds of signs showed that Mars was a star of misfortune and an ominous sign. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered and unconsciously trembled. They were all officials of the Tang dynasty and naturally did not want such a disaster to befall the Tang dynasty. Especially Li Shimin, who had killed countless people and carried countless sins. Today, Mars fell from the sky. Wasn't this a punishment from the heavens? Could it be that it was punishing the people of the Tang dynasty? He had killed countless people. How could he punish his own people? He was a little scared. Although he did not believe in these things, he could not help but believe what was in front of him. "Taoist, are you sure this is Mars?" Li Shimin's hands trembled and glanced at the thing in the sky from time to time. "You can't be wrong about this, can you?" "Yes, Taoist, you can't be careless about this kind of thing." "Daoist, Mars isn't just a joke." "Taoist, why don't you do another divination?" Everyone asked with a worried look. If Mars really appeared, they would also be victims. Now, they did not dare to be careless. Yuan Tiangang glanced at the nervous crowd and his hands were a little sweaty. Then, he looked at Li Shimin and said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, I'm just guessing. May I ask, other than Mars, who can fly in the sky? Forgive me for my ignorance." As soon as he said this, the people who had a glimmer of hope were completely disappointed. Chapter 1841. Yes, apart from Mars, what else could fly in the sky? Immortals. But why had they never seen it before? They couldn't find an excuse to refute for a while, so they just looked at each other and kept silent. "Taoist, even if this is Mars, do you have a way to break it? Or what will happen to this disaster?" Li Shimin's face was drained of blood because he knew that wherever Mars landed, there would be calamity. This was an unchanging principle since time immemorial, and since there was no way to change it now, he could only minimize the damage. He looked at Yuan Tiangang with hope, but what he got in return was a bitter look. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and frowned. "Your Majesty, everyone, it's not that I didn't try my best. If this is really Mars, even if my master comes, it won't help." "What? It won't help? How could this be?" With tears in their eyes, everyone looked at the thing in the sky unwillingly and shouted that the heaven was unfair. At this time, they really believed what Yuan Tiangang said, because they knew that there was nothing that could fly in the sky. If there really was, it had to be Mars, and the Tang Empire was about to usher in an unprecedented disaster. Everyone kept crying and complaining. Some people even sat on the stone platform, shouting that the people were innocent and the heaven was unfair. Even Li Shimin was leaning against a pillar, his eyes brimming with tears. He now truly suspected that it was he who had attracted Mars, that the heavens had sent down this divine retribution. But were the people of the Great Tang guilty? Did they have to be implicated by him? He kept knocking on the pillar with grief in his heart. Just as he was immersed in his sorrow, a trembling figure walked up to him and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your Majesty, why don't you issue an edict of guilt?" The one who spoke was Wei Zheng. As the head of all the officials, the only way he could think of right now was to have Li Shimin issue an edict. This was the most direct method, and it was also the method that had been frequently used in previous dynasties. Li Shimin slowly raised his head and glanced at Wei Zheng and the officials behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If he announced that he had committed a crime, would he not admit that he had done wrong? But what about Mars if he didn't? Were they really going to let Mars bring disaster upon them? The commoners were innocent. Forget it, this is the only way now. After struggling for a while, he finally made up his mind and waved his hand helplessly. "Write the decree for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Zheng seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He slowly walked towards the imperial study with his hunched body. "Hold on." Just as Wei Zheng was about to step into the room, a loud shout was heard. Wei Zheng stopped in his tracks and turned around slowly. When he saw that it was Li Chunfeng, he couldn't help but ask, "Daoist Li, why did you stop the old man?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Li Chunfeng in confusion. Now that it was confirmed that it was Mars, why did Li Chunfeng come out to cause trouble? Was he going to stop His Majesty from announcing that he had committed a crime? They couldn't understand Li Chunfeng's behavior, including Yuan Tiangang. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy who was both a teacher and a friend. He could only look at him curiously. "Everyone, listen to me first." Li Chunfeng cupped his hands at the crowd, then glanced at the sky and said with a serious face, "In my opinion, it shouldn't be Mars in the sky." "What? It's not Mars? Are you serious?" The desolate eyes of the officials suddenly seemed to light up, and they strode forward, grabbing each other's arms and tugging at their robes in impatience. These words could change the fate of the Great Tang, so they didn't dare to be careless. Li Shimin was the same. He strode forward like a tiger and stared with a serious face. "Is what you said true?" He didn't dare to be careless because he was the Tang Emperor's. If anything happened to him, thousands of people would die. "Don't worry, everyone. Let go of me first." Li Chunfeng's face turned red. He must have been pushed by the crowd. "Everyone, let go of me first. Then I can speak frankly. Everyone, please stop." Li Shimin saw that the situation was not right and quickly stopped the crowd. "Everyone, back down. Otherwise, how can Daoist Li speak frankly?" Everyone reluctantly let go of Li Chunfeng and took half a step back. They knew that Li Chunfeng wouldn't be able to say anything if they were to hold on to him like that. Even though they took a step back, their eyes were filled with anticipation. "Daoist Li, can you speak frankly now?" Li Shimin's face was gloomy and expressionless. He wasn't worried that Li Chunfeng would lie to him because he knew that Li Chunfeng was just a Daoist. He was worried that Li Chunfeng would give him hope and not disappoint him. Li Chunfeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Yuan Tiangang beside him. Yuan Tiangang gave him a look that said nothing. Only then did Li Chunfeng feel relieved. He had overturned the conclusion of others. Naturally, he had to say hello to others. Moreover, this person was his good friend who was both a teacher and a friend. Chapter 1842. At the same time, in Chang'an City. At this time, it was the busiest time in Chang'an City. The streets and alleys were filled with the sound of merchants soliciting customers. Servants shuttled through the crowd. Peddlers were walking and stopping with goods on their shoulders. Pairs of men and women were choosing goods on the shelves. The whole city was bustling with people coming and going. It was very lively. Zhu Zi was still hawking on the street with the fermented glutinous rice as usual. Fermented glutinous rice, fermented glutinous rice. Just then, a roar came from behind. "Zhu Zi. It's Huzi." Zhu Zi stopped and glanced behind him. Huzi held the load on his shoulder and quickly stepped forward to walk side by side with Zhu Zi. "Zhu Zi, how's the business today?" "How can it be? It's the same as usual." Zhu Zi smiled and patted the jar with his left hand. There was a hollow sound. "Looks like you're doing well today." Huzi glanced at the jar and smiled. "Do you want to take a rest?" "Okay. Zhuzi agreed without hesitation. Then, he glanced at the corner and said, "Let's go there to rest." After that, he walked to the corner with the load on his shoulder. Leaning against the corner, he put down the load. Zhuzi followed him closely. The two sat on the ground. Zhuzi wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "Zhuzi, where's your fermented glutinous rice? Take it out and let me taste it. I'll exchange it with a steamed bun." After that, he lifted his clothes and fanned himself casually. His eyes drifted around and the sky from time to time. Suddenly, he seemed to find something. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, but he didn't know what it was. He just kept pointing at it with his fingers. "Zhuzi, your fermented glutinous rice." Zhuzi handed over the fermented glutinous rice, but found that Zhuzi was pointing at the sky. His eyes widened and his mouth kept muttering something. Zhuzi, what's wrong with you?" Zhuzi shook Zhuzi and asked with concern. What is that?" Zhuzi was still pointing at the sky. His body was trembling and he couldn't speak clearly. Zhuzi curiously glanced in the direction of Zhuzi's finger. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked. His pupils instantly shrank and his body trembled. Could this be the legendary Bane? As soon as these words came out, Zhuzi quivered and instantly sobered up a lot. He grabbed the pillar and shouted, "What Bane?" "Calamity, star." Zhuzi trembled as he glanced at the sky. Then, he looked at Zhuzi. His face was pale and his body trembled. "I heard from the older generation that when something like this appears in the sky, it's a jinx." "What?" Zhuzi's face turned pale. He turned around to grab his load, but his trembling arms made him unable to exert any strength. As he grabbed the load, he muttered, "The jinx is here. What should I do with my baby?" He tried to grab it a few times, but he still couldn't lift it. In the end, he gave up and ran towards his house. As he ran, he shouted, "The jinx is here, the jinx is here." When Zhuzi heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and ran towards his house. He didn't even care about his load. As he ran, he shouted, "Jinx, jinx." He deeply understood what a jinx meant. It was to bring disaster to the world. The older generation said that once a jinx descended, the world would be in chaos. People would eat people, foreign races would begin to invade, and such things would come with the jinx. The people who would suffer would be the common people. Then, what would happen to his mother? What would happen to his baby? Thinking of this, he sped up and shuttled through the crowd. He kept shouting as if he was under a spell. Soon, someone noticed this abnormality. At the same time, they also heard what they were saying. They couldn't help but wonder, jinx? What jinx? Perhaps it was due to the influence of traditional thinking, or perhaps it was because of curiosity. This person intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the sky. At this moment, he saw it. He saw the jinx that those people were talking about. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His brain seemed to have received an endless shock. He crazily shouted, "In the sky, there's a jinx in the sky. Look. Everyone, look." This roar instantly attracted the attention of the people around. They glanced at this guy with some doubts. "Jinx? How is that possible? Now is the time when the weather is good. The Tang dynasty is gradually flourishing. How can there be a jinx?" Besides, Lao Tzu had lived for decades and had never seen a jinx. "Now, you've seen one?" Most people held an attitude of disbelief. They thought that this guy was just crazy. Some people were even cursing him in their hearts. However, there were still some curious people. They didn't believe it. They couldn't help but shout in their hearts and look at the sky. "Jinx, is it really a jinx?" A jinx appeared in the sky. In an instant, everyone around shouted. They widened their eyes and pointed to the sky. Their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. The roars became louder and louder, spreading farther and farther. The streets and alleys of Chang'an City began to shout non-stop. Chapter 1843. As the sound spread further and further, there was a commotion on the streets of Chang'an. The peddlers were not in the mood to sell their goods, and the manservants stopped shouting. They all looked up at the sky with fear, doubt, and disbelief written all over their faces. because in their education, the jinx was a sign that a disaster was coming. If the Tang dynasty was going to be hit by a disaster, what should they do? They were just ordinary people. Did God want them to die? The defense line in their hearts began to collapse bit by bit. Fear took over their bodies and minds. Some people even knelt down and began to pray, hoping to pray for themselves and their families so that the jinx would show mercy. After the first person knelt down, the second, the third, and countless people began to kneel down. The streets of Chang'an were filled with people kneeling down. They put their hands together and kept kowtowing on the ground. They were also chanting, hoping that the jinx would spare them and their families so that their families would suffer less. Soon, the streets of Chang'an were covered with blood. On average, one could see people kneeling down with every step. Of course, not everyone knelt on the ground. Some people who cared about their families could not stay any longer and ran home. However, there were too many people kneeling down. For a moment, there were fights and mutinies. In less than a quarter of an hour, the streets of Chang'an were filled with blood and flesh. Arms and legs were hanging on the side of the street. The scene was very frightening. This scene quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers stationed in Chang'an City. They looked in the direction of the peoples kowtowing to the sky. As a result, they saw something they had never seen before. To be precise, it was something they had never seen before in their lives. There was an unidentified flying object in the sky. Their faces were full of horror. The spears in their hands seemed to have lost their strength and slid to the ground. Their hands kept pointing at the sky. The muscles on their faces trembled. Shock and uneasiness shrouded them. Was it really like what the people said? The jinx had appeared in the sky. Was the jinx about to descend? Was the world going to be in chaos? All kinds of doubts surrounded the people like a haze that could not be dispersed. Logically speaking, they were all soldiers. They only had awe and even a little doubt in their hearts. However, based on the historical materials of the past and the various signs of the people today, this was really the jinx. It was going to kill people. Since the world was going to be in chaos, then what was the point of being a soldier? Since they were going to die sooner or later, they might as well go home first. Moreover, the people had already rebelled. As the guards of Chang'an City, they would definitely be punished. In that case, they might as well take care of their own business. At the thought of this, many soldiers began to run down the city tower. They didn't dare to wait any longer. They wanted to reunite with their families. Every moment of delay meant one less moment of reunion. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die together. Everyone was selfish. Humans are fearful of the unknown. Humans have emotions too. In the face of life and death, they would only worry about their loved ones. They were soldiers, but they were also human beings. They were not inferior to ordinary people. In fact, they valued these things more than ordinary people. After the first deserter, the second deserter soon followed. The gate of Chang'an City was opened wide, and countless soldiers began to file out. Their destination was not the battlefield, but their hometown. More and more deserters began to run down the city tower. With the flow of people in and out, the city gate was congested. Countless people were trampled to death. There were also some deserters who saw that they couldn't get in or out of the city gate. They even chose to jump off the city wall. One could imagine the consequences of jumping off the city wall, which was more than 10 meters high. However, they didn't hesitate, and they didn't dare to hesitate. Because once the star of calamity appeared, it would be more terrible than death. Just as everyone rushed down the city tower crazily, a guard general strode out with a Tang sword at his waist. His face was solemn, and he was followed by a team of 10 people. Each of them was holding a 3-edged bayonet and killed decisively. "What are you doing?" This guard general was called Su Lian. He was the guard general of Chang'an City. He was resting in the city when someone reported that an unknown object had appeared in the sky. He specially came to check it out, but he saw this tragic scene. Everyone looked up and saw that it was the general. As if they had seen their backbone, they stopped jumping off the building, but their bodies kept trembling. "General, the star of calamity has appeared in the sky. The people have gone crazy." Some people pointed at the people under the city wall, while others pointed at the unknown object in the sky. Their voices became more and more trembling. Star of Calamity? Su Lian frowned and glanced at the sky in the direction of the guard general's fingers. In an instant, he felt terrible. What the hell is this? Why is there something flying in the sky? This was not logical at all. Why would such a situation occur? Is it really like what everyone said? The Star of Calamity has appeared. The world will be in chaos. The world will be in chaos. Thinking of these words, his right hand that was holding the sword suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but feel cold. If that's the case, then the Tang dynasty will be finished. The people will be finished. Right, there are also the people. Have the people gone crazy? Chapter 1844. He shuddered in an instant and strode toward the city wall. His body trembled violently at this glance. Then, he felt his vision go black and his body fell backward unconsciously. General, are you okay? The 10-man squad behind him supported Sai Lian with concern. They were Sai Lian's personal guards and regarded the general's life as more important than their own. Sai Lian, who was in a coma, was suddenly awakened by the violent impact. He glanced at the crowd, raised his trembling right hand, and shouted, "Quick, send people down to suppress them. We can't let the people cause a mutiny." Although he was terrified, he was a soldier of the Tang dynasty. This was an honor earned by his military exploits. How could he follow those deserters at this moment? That would be a waste of his finger that was chopped off on the battlefield. Moreover, if there was a mutiny in Chang'an, he would die, and so would the Bane. Why not choose a glorious way to die? These thoughts might work on him, but the soldiers on the city wall didn't buy it. They were just foot soldiers. Why should they suppress the people in such a situation? Wasn't that courting death? This was a calamity. Who could stop it? General, you'd better let us go. Yes, General. We can't suppress it at all. The crowd looked at Sai Lian pleadingly. At this moment, they were still thinking about how to leave. However, the general's prestige had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. They didn't dare to leave without an order. Because even if they left, the general could find them. Deserters would be killed and even their wives and children would be implicated. They couldn't bear the consequences. What? Sai Lian's eyes narrowed. He took out the Tang saber from his waist and looked at the crowd fiercely. He shouted, "Can't suppress it. Do you want to be deserters?" Desertion was a capital offense. As long as someone dared to say the word deserter, he would cut him down without hesitation. General, everyone looked at Sai Lian timidly. For a moment, they were speechless because they knew they were in the wrong. Desertion was not something to be proud of. It was a capital offense. Moreover, the general's prestige was deeply buried in their hearts. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would die if they said the wrong thing. Sai Lian naturally understood what everyone was thinking. If he wasn't here, these guys would have fled long ago. However, once he showed up, he wouldn't allow any deserters. At the very least, such a situation couldn't happen within his jurisdiction. Since none of you are deserters, listen to my orders. Sai Lian glanced at the crowd and raised his Tang saber up high. He shouted, "Go and suppress the people. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded." "Yes, General," everyone replied unwillingly. They picked up the scattered spears on the ground and ran down the city gate, glancing into the distance from time to time. Hopefully, the lives of the brothers who escaped are not in danger. "Sai, what time is it now? How can I still have the time to care about others? I should take care of myself first." Bitter laughter, dissatisfaction, and ridicule accompanied the crowd as they surged toward the common people. Bang, 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 sounds of footsteps came from Chang'an City. The guards were all armed with spears and Mitsubishi bayonets at their waists. They lined up in a square formation and looked at the frenzied common people with complicated expressions. A young man holding a Tang saber walked out from the group. "Everyone, listen up. Don't stay on the streets. Go home immediately." The one who spoke was Sai Lian's deputy general, Sang Feng. He held his tang saber and looked at the common people with a serious expression. He looked like he would start a fight at any moment. However, his words didn't have any effect. The common people were still standing on the spot and discussing. Some of them were kneeling down as if they didn't see him. Everyone, listen up. Don't stay on the streets. Go home immediately. Sang Feng was a little angry and repeated his words. He had decided that if the common people didn't go home, he would use force. The effect was minimal. The common people didn't pay attention to his words at all. It was as if they had gone crazy. The number of people kneeling down even increased. Men, prepare to force your way in. Sang Feng raised his right hand and gave the order. Don't hurt the common people. Just chase them home. Yes, the people behind him responded in unison. Then, they put their Mitsubishi bayonets at their waists and rushed out. What are you doing? Stop it. Why do you dare to let us go home? The attack of the crowd instantly caused an intense response from the common people. They used their bodies as shields and resisted the soldiers. Due to the large number of common people, the soldiers were actually at a disadvantage. Furthermore, they didn't have orders and didn't dare to hurt the common people. Slowly, the situation started to deteriorate. On the city tower, Sai Lian looked at everything in front of him. He clenched his right fist and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had a bad feeling. The common people were gathering and kowtowing on the ground. If this continued, it would definitely cause a mutiny. It seemed like he had to inform the higher-ups. Chapter 1845. Otherwise, as time went by, there would be countless casualties in Chang'an City, which was not something he could bear. Thinking of this, he slammed his palm on the black brick, glanced at the civilians and soldiers in the scuffle unwillingly, and then turned to look at the team on standby. Spread out immediately and inform Mr. Wei Zheng, Mr. Zhongsun Wuji, Mr. Fang Xianling, Mr. Du Ruhui, and so on. Inform all the officials in Chang'an City. After that, he seemed to think of something and said again, prepare the horse. I'm going to Marquis Lu's mansion right away. Without waiting for a reply, he quickly walked down the gate tower. At this time, the horse was already on his back. Sai Lian jumped on the horse and rushed to Marquis Lu's mansion. Get out of the way, get out of the way. He glared and kept shouting to the front, waving the horsewhip in his hand. Although the people in the discussion were crazy, they were not unafraid of death. Seeing the horse galloping, they knew that he was not someone to be trifled with, so they all made way. After half an hour, Sai Lian smoothly arrived at Marquis Lu's mansion. Quick, go and report to Marquis Lu. Something big has happened. Sai Lian shouted to the servant at the door before dismounting, because in his opinion, this matter had reached the point where it could not be delayed. The servant's face changed. Knowing that something must have happened, he rushed into the mansion. Whoosh, Sai Lian reined in the horse, dismounted, and jumped to Cheng's mansion. As soon as he entered the door, he heard an unhappy roar. Is it that bastard? How dare he disturb Laro Tzu for no reason? The voice was Cheng Yarojin. He strode to the door and bumped into Sai Lian. He frowned and said, It's you, little bastard. Why do you come to me instead of guarding the gate of Chang'an City? Something big has happened, Marquis. Sai Lian panted heavily as he looked at Cheng Yarojin with a serious expression. Mother ***, what could possibly happen? Could it be that the sky has collapsed? Cheng Yarojin was somewhat dissatisfied. He was originally practicing martial arts at home, but was disturbed by this brat. How could he not be angry? Duke, please calm down first. Shi Lian swallowed his saliva in an attempt to soothe his dry throat. He grabbed Cheng Yarojin's left hand and pointed at the sky. Duke, look at what's in the sky. In the sky? Cheng Yarojin frowned and was a little puzzled. What the hell are you doing? Although his mouth was unforgiving, he knew that Sai Lian wouldn't dare to lie to him. Perhaps there really was something up in the sky. He glanced at the sky, and this glance instantly made him feel uncomfortable. Ah! What is this? Cheng Yarojin raised his right hand high and glared with his tiger-like eyes. Duke, I don't know either. Sai Lian pulled a long face and said helplessly, Now, the citizens of Chang'an City are all saying that the thing in the sky is a jinx. They are all praying. Chang'an City is already in chaos, and there are even casualties. What did you say? Cheng Yaojin's body shook violently, and he slapped him with a backhand. He glared at him and said, "Why didn't you stop something like this from happening in Chang'an City?" As a duke, he had the responsibility to protect Chang'an. Now that something like this had happened, the first thing he thought of was order. "Duke, you can't blame me for this." Sai Lian touched his burning cheeks and felt wronged. "Duke, I've already sent people to stop it, but there's little effect. The citizens are convinced that the jinx is a jinx, and they are close to going crazy. Then what are you waiting for? Take my waste token and go borrow soldiers from Big Hay." Cheng Yaojin looked as if he expected better from Sai Lian. He took out a waste token from his waist and threw it to Sai Lian. "Go find Big Hay immediately. I have to go to the palace to discuss this with Her Majesty." Without waiting for Sai Lian to reply, he walked to the door and said, "Cheng Yi, prepare a horse to go to the palace." When he arrived at the door, the horse was already prepared. Cheng Yaojin jumped on the horse, held a long whip in his hand, and left in the direction of the palace. At the same time, in Wei Zhang's residence, groups of servants and maidservants gathered together. They pointed their fingers at the sky, their bodies trembling, and their mouths muttering something. "What's that?" "That's the jinx, the legendary jinx." As soon as these words came out, the crowd exploded. Cries of surprise and pleas connected together. The entire front yard was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it was out of control. They were all ordinary citizens, and they had a deep fear of the jinx. Although this fear was passed down from the older generation, they finally understood what it was like after seeing it today. It was like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The cries of surprise in the courtyard became louder and louder until it spread throughout the Wei residence. "Why are you crying out?" A middle-aged man who looked like a servant walked out and pointed at the crowd. He was the steward of the Wei residence and was usually in charge of all matters in the residence, such as disciplining the servants. Usually, these fellows would refuse to do any work, but today, they actually had the leisure to talk about right and wrong. It seemed like they were really looking for a beating. Chapter 1846. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward and prepared to fight with the servant. "Butler, butler, don't fight. Look at the sky." A servant timidly took half a step back and pointed to the sky, his face full of horror. "The sky?" The butler was a little confused. "Is this guy trying to attract my attention? But this guy doesn't seem to be faking it, and these guys are all looking at the sky. Is there really something there?" He looked at the sky with curiosity. In an instant, his pupils shrank, and his body trembled unconsciously. "This is a jinx is coming to the world." The butler kept waving his hands, and his body became stronger and stronger. "Master! Master, something big has happened." As he shouted, he rolled and crawled to the study. Now that such a thing had happened, only a big shot like his master could control the overall situation. Otherwise, the sky would fall. Thinking of this, his steps became more urgent, and he almost stumbled. He hurried and finally reached the study. In the study, Wei Zhang was reading a book in one hand and holding a cigarette in the other. He was wandering in the sea of knowledge, and he paid no attention to the outside world. "Master, master, something big has happened." The butler suddenly sat on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Wei Zhang frowned and was a little dissatisfied. He hated being disturbed when he was reading, so he told the servants that no one could come in when he was reading. But now, why did this butler come in? Doesn't this guy know the rules? Impossible, this guy was the first to know. Did something happen? When he saw the butler sitting on the ground, he was more convinced that something big had happened. What the hell is going on? What happened outside? Wei Zheng put down the book, suddenly sat up from the chair, and looked at the butler with a pair of bright eyes. "Master, a jinx has appeared in the sky. People outside have been talking about it." With tears in his eyes, the butler said with a sad face. "What?" Wei Zheng strode forward and stared at the helpless body of the butler. His face changed greatly. "What did you just say? A jinx?" "Yes, master. An unknown object appeared in the sky. Everyone said it was a jinx. I guess the news has spread all over Chang'an City. The butler pointed to the sky and gestured as he spoke. Wei Zhang's face immediately paled. He hurriedly walked out of the door. He wanted to see if this so-called bane was real or fake. As soon as he walked out of the door, he couldn't wait to look up. At that moment, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It really was the star of calamity, and it was Mars. One had to know that Mars was an ominous star, also known as the Crimson Star, the Punishment Star, and the Enforcer Star. Because it was red in color and glowed like fire, it floated erratically in the sky, sometimes from west to east, and sometimes from east to west. Its situation was complicated and confusing, so historical records recorded it as Mars, which meant that it was a symbol of glowing fire and confusion. According to legend, the fall of the pre-Qin dynasty had something to do with Mars. According to the records of Qin Shi Huang, 436 years, Antares guarded the heart. There was a falling star in the East County, and the ground was a stone. Qian Shou carved the stone with the words, "The first emperor died and the ground was divided." When Qin Shi Huang heard of it, he sent the imperial censor to question it. None of it was convinced, and all the stones were taken away. He didn't have the slightest doubt about all this, because the thing in the sky was exactly the same as the Mars recorded in historical record. Wherever Mars appeared, the world would be in chaos. Looking at the place where Mars appeared, it was right above Chang'an City. Didn't that mean that the Tang dynasty was going to suffer a great disaster? What about the people of Chang'an City? What about the people of the world? His heart was filled with grief. He only felt darkness in front of his eyes and fell backward. "Master, master." The butler strode forward and hugged Wei Zhang's bent body. Wei Zhang took half a step back and slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale, and his hand was on the door frame. He faintly felt that something was wrong. Why did Mars appear above Chang'an City? Why did Mars appear at this time? Was this a sign of something? The appearance of Mars often had something to do with the people in power. It had been like this since ancient times. Every time Mars appeared, it was the time when the dynasty changed. Now that Mars suddenly appeared, could it be related to the current emperor? Li Erlang? He had killed countless people in the past, even his brother, and slaughtered the entire East Palace. Wasn't such a sin the most powerful evidence to prove Mars? Now that Mars had appeared, it was clearly accusing Li Erlang of wrongdoing. It was Mars brought by Li Erlang. It was the disaster brought by Li Erlang. It was also Li Erlang that caused the heavens to be dissatisfied. Wei Zhang didn't dare to think about it anymore. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed in the direction of the palace, and said sternly, "Prepare the horse, we're going to the palace." After that, he walked out of the mansion with his bent body. He didn't dare to delay such an important matter, and he couldn't afford to delay it. Of course, he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Zhongsun Wuji also had such thoughts. Chapter 1847. At this time, Zhongsun Mansion was in chaos. Since the servants knew that this was the star of calamity, no one worked anymore. Some stood in a daze, some knelt on the ground, praying in their hearts, and some jumped over the courtyard to escape. This was the star of calamity. Once it descended, the entire Tang dynasty would be in chaos. What was the use of staying in Zhongsun Mansion? It was better to go home and hide. The servants fled one after another, and the huge mansion withered in an instant. Zhongsun Wuji stood in the front yard, looking up at the sky with fear on his face. His heart was very complicated. He already knew that this was Mars just now. At the same time, he also knew that wherever Mars descended, there would be disasters. But what crimes did the people of the Tang dynasty commit? What crimes did the people of the world commit? These were all done by Li Erlang. If he didn't kill his brother, how could this disaster happen today? Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to punish Li Erlang. The funny thing was that he was once Li Erlang's accomplice. But thinking about it, he and Li Erlang were relatives. How could he just stand by and do nothing? "Men, prepare the horse." Zhongsun Wuji waved his sleeves and walked straight out the door. He decided to go to the palace and ask Li Erlang for an explanation. Today's disaster was definitely related to him. Jongsun Wuji didn't say anything along the way. His face was gloomy, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Only his trembling arms betrayed the fear in his heart. The coachman also knew the severity of the matter. He didn't dare to delay. With a wave of his whip, he rushed straight to the palace. Whoosh! The carriage stopped at the Vermilion Bird Gate, and Jongsun Wuji darted out of the carriage. Just as he was about to head into the palace, there was a commotion coming from not far away. He casually took a glance and saw that it was Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, and the others. Almost all the famous officials in the imperial court were present. Lord Wei, Lord Fang, why are you all here? Jongsun Wuji's face was still gloomy. The laughter between brothers in the past was gone. 4 Mars in the sky, of course. Wei Zheng stood up with a walking stick in his hand. His face was pale. That's right. With the appearance of Mars, Your Majesty cannot escape responsibility. Fang Xianling glanced at the crowd, each word resounding. Jongsun Wuji nodded. He could not refute this point. Even if he was the emperor's brother-in-law, he could not be partial. Even Lu Guogong, Cheng Yarojin, who was standing to the side, was silent because he deeply understood what the bane meant. Since all of you are of the same mind, let's enter the palace together. Jongsun Wuji swept his gaze across the crowd, and finally, his gaze landed on Wei Zheng. This was because he did not speak just now, which was not in line with this old man's character. However, with a glance, he realized that Wei Zheng was a little different today. He could not help but ask, Lord Wei, I thought you don't usually use a crutch. Why today? Bang, bang, bang. Wei Zheng slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground, but his face was pale. It's all because of Mars. After that, he glanced at the direction of the imperial study. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked intimidating. Let's go. Today, we must get an explanation from His Majesty. That's right. Today, we must get an explanation from His Majesty. Everyone, let's go. Everyone's expression was unfriendly as they walked straight to the palace gate. The guards at the palace gate were a little flustered. Why were all these court officials here today? Could it be that something big had happened? They were puzzled, but they did not intend to show favoritism. Without an audience with His Majesty, entering the palace gate was considered trespassing. That was punishable by death. Looking at the approaching court officials, the guard touched the tang saber in his hand. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Halt, or you will be punished for trespassing. They knew that these were court officials, but without an audience with His Majesty, it was trespassing. As soldiers, they only followed orders and did not recognize the person. Of course, they were not really going to attack. They just wanted to stop these people and report back to His Majesty. After all, the person in front of them was more than 10 ranks higher than them. If they were to attack him, they might be raided tomorrow. They did not dare to take such a risk. What did you just say? Jongsun Wuji took a step forward. His eyes were half narrowed, and there was a chill in his gaze. Sir, you cannot trespass into the Vermilion Bird Palace gate. Looking at Jongsun Wuji's eyes, the guard was a little scared. The other party was an official more than 10 ranks higher than him. However, when he thought about it, if he allowed them to enter the palace without an audience, he and his brothers would be sentenced to death. Unknowingly, his courage grew. Sir, please show me your edict, or let the palace servants bring you in. Otherwise, please forgive my rudeness. After that, he pulled out the tang saber at his waist. Then, he swept a glance behind him. Everyone immediately understood and pulled out their tang sabers in unison. All right, all right. Wei Zheng walked out of the crowd shakily with his walking stick. He laughed coldly. Looks like you want to repeat the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate. Then, I will wait for you here today. After that, he glanced in the direction of the Black Tortoise Gate. He seemed to be touched. Chapter 1848. The Gate of Black Tortoise was the place where Li Erlang killed his brother. It was also the place where Li Erlang rose to fame. Ever since Li Erlang ascended to the throne, no one dared to mention the Gate of Black Tortoise because it was taboo for Li Erlang. It was also a haze in Li Erlang's heart. But today, in front of all the officials, not only did he mention the Gate of Black Tortoise, he also humiliated the guards to express his anger. The officials behind him were not surprised by Wei Zheng's mention of the Gate of Black Tortoise. Instead, they felt that what he said made sense. If Li Erlang did not kill his brother, why would Mars be born today? All of this was related to Li Erlang. Everyone looked at the guards with anger. The anger in their hearts was self-evident. What? Wei Zheng's face darkened. He glanced at the guards and said coldly, "Didn't you want to take my life? Come on." Then, he purposely took half a step forward, looking like a hero. The guards did not dare to be disrespectful. They knew how important this person was. If he dared to scold the emperor, then what about them? But if they retreated, how could they explain it to the emperor? Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a moment. Even the right hand holding the sword began to tremble. The veins on his forehead were bulging. "You bastards, get out of my way. Or else, I will tear you apart." Cheng Yarojin stood out with a pair of tiger-like eyes, looking like he was ready to fight at any moment. "That's right. Asking you to get out of my way is your honor. Or else, I will kill you right now." The Grand Scribe stood out as well. His right hand kept stroking the triangular blade on his waist. His bloodthirsty eyes scanned the guards. This. The guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Seeing that the crowd was still blocking the way, the Grand Scribe was furious. He pulled out his tri-edge bayonet and walked towards the guards. "It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, I will send you to the Western Paradise. Brother, wait for me." Cheng Yarojin clenched his fists, which made creaking sounds, and rushed forward like an arrow. This posture frightened the guards. The Grand Scribe, Duke Lu. The two big shots were actually fighting for the sake of entering the palace. Everyone knew that they were no match for them and fled into the palace. They had to report the situation here to His Majesty, or else they would lose their heads. Cheng Yarojin coldly snorted and glanced at the fleeing guards. He secretly spat, "Luckily you bastards ran fast enough, otherwise Lao Tzu would definitely cripple you." After he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and said with a serious expression, "Lord Wei, Lord Fang, Lord Zhongsun, please leave." Although he usually didn't like these guys, he still admired their attitude and appearance today, especially this Wei Zheng, who had a fearless face. Seeing that the palace door was no longer blocked, the officials all walked towards the palace door at the same time. They were heading towards the imperial study. Everyone was aggressive and had a serious expression. It was as if there was no one in the palace. Even if there were eunuchs and palace servants, when they saw this scene, they would stay far away for fear of attracting trouble. In a moment, they arrived at the door of the imperial study. At this time, little Gizi was standing at the door waiting for orders. When he saw the officials gathered, he was surprised. Why were so many officials gathered together? Could it be that something big had happened? However, he quickly suppressed the surprise in his heart. After all, he was His Majesty's personal eunuch. He couldn't be so ignorant. "Sirs, why are you all gathered here today? Do you have something important to discuss with His Majesty? Shall I inform His Majesty?" Little Gizi looked at the officials with a smile, nodding and bowing from time to time. Looking at these guys, it didn't look like anything good. It was better to be cautious. "Get lost." Cheng Yaojin's face darkened. He kicked him and said coldly, "What right does a eunuch like you have to speak?" After speaking, he didn't wait for little Gizi's reaction and stepped into the imperial study. The other officials followed closely behind. Only little Gizi's screams could be heard. In the imperial study, Li Shimin, who was originally reading through memorials, suddenly raised his head when he heard the noise. He saw the officials standing uniformly in the main hall. Each of them had an unfriendly expression, as if they had encountered a disaster. Li Shimin put down the memorials and frowned as he glanced at the officials. He found that everyone was a little different from usual. Each of them had a serious expression. Even Cheng Yarojin, who was usually laughing with him, had a serious expression. He didn't see anyone come forward to salute him. However, this wasn't important. Why did everyone come together and have such a serious expression? This made him a little puzzled. Could it be that he had made a mistake recently? Or did he neglect his political affairs? But he was dealing with political affairs now. His mind was constantly turning, trying to find if he had done something wrong. However, he couldn't find anything. He could only ask tentatively, "What's wrong with everyone today?" "Your Majesty, you are really leisurely. You even have time to read memorials now." Chapter 1849. Wei Zheng took half a step forward and sneered. Li Shimin frowned and was puzzled. "Why do you say that? Does your Majesty not know what's going on outside?" Wei Zheng snorted and asked in return. He did not believe that His Majesty did not receive any news in the palace. Outside. Li Shimin walked down from the dragon throne and glanced outside the door. He wondered, what could have happened outside? "Your Majesty, something big has happened outside. Mars has descended." Cheng Yarojin took a step forward and looked at Li Shimin as he spoke. He originally did not know the 3 words Mars, and only found out after a discussion with the officials. "What? Mars?" Li Shimin's expression changed and his body trembled. He did not doubt Cheng Yaojin's words, nor did he doubt the officials. Today's situation was not simple. Moreover, he deeply understood what Mars was. It was a star of misfortune. As long as Mars descended, it would be accompanied by disaster. However, why would Mars descend in Chang'an? Did he do something wrong? Thinking of this, he quickly walked to the entrance of the imperial study and looked up. Instantly, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It really was Mars. How could this be? Why would Mars descend from the sky? Could it be that he had killed too much? Was the heavens dissatisfied with him? Was this to punish him? He knew that the descent of Mars was often related to those in power. In the past, the descent of Mars would cause chaos. Could it be that his Tang dynasty was also going to be in chaos? His body trembled and he held the door frame with his hand, feeling helpless. Seeing this, Xiao Gizi hurriedly went forward and supported Li Shimin as they slowly walked towards the imperial study. Just as they walked into the hall, Wei Zheng's cold voice sounded. "Your Majesty, Mars has descended because you have killed too much in your early years. You should give the world an explanation." Wei Zheng picked up his walking stick and slammed it on the ground with a look of indignation. He thought that it was impossible for His Majesty to only know about it now. It must be an act. But he didn't look like one. However, these were not important. What was important now was how His Majesty was going to answer to the people of the world. When the officials saw Wei Zheng stand out, they began to criticize him. "That's right. Your Majesty has killed too many people. You must give the people an explanation. This Mars is a vengeful spirit of the Black Tortoise Gate, here to claim your life. Your Majesty, you should pay your respects. Not only that, Your Majesty, you should also issue an edict and admit your sins to appease the wronged souls." Everyone glared at Li Shimin, filled with righteous indignation, as if they were the souls who had been wronged. Hearing everyone's accusations, Li Shimin panicked. He leaned against the dragon throne, his face pale. "Give an explanation to the people. The vengeful soul of the Black Tortoise Gate. His crimes have been decreed." These words hit him like a hammer in the chest. Normally, if the officials dared to say such things, they would have been punished. But today was different. The appearance of Mars meant that he was immoral and incompetent. But, his crimes have been decreed. This was not an honorable thing. It could become a stain that he could not erase for the rest of his life. At this moment, he hesitated. What should he do? Was there anyone who could help him? He had never felt so helpless. Even when he led troops to war, he had never been afraid between life and death. But at this moment, he was truly afraid. He was afraid that Mars really came because of him. He was afraid that everything the officials said, the vengeful spirit of the deposed crown prince, would come for his life. He was even more afraid that the people of the world would suffer because of him. Did he really have to admit that he was useless? Did he really have to admit that he had killed too many people? No. He was the emperor, how could he do such a thing? But who would speak up for him now? He was angry, heartbroken, and even regretful. Just as he was hesitating endlessly, a figure slowly appeared. Zhongfeng. Fengzi was smart and had many wicked ideas. Perhaps he had a solution? At this thought, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. Hope flashed in his lonely eyes, and he immediately glanced at little Gizi. Little Gizi had been with him for many years and naturally understood, and slowly came over. Little Gizi, immediately send someone to White Deer College to find Zhongfeng. Tell him the situation here and ask him if he has any solutions. Li Shimin's face was pale, and his voice was hoarse. At this moment, he placed all his hopes on Zhongfeng. Little Gizi understood the severity of the matter, nodded, and left. At this moment, only the civil and military officials and Li Shimin were left in the hall. The atmosphere was very solemn and as calm as the surface of water. But if a stone was thrown, it would immediately cause a reaction. Your Majesty, please do not delay any longer. Immediately decree the crimes have been decreed. Wei Zhang's walking stick thumped on the floor, and he coughed as he spoke. He did not know why Li Erlang was still hesitating. These were the people of the world. Since Li Erlang claimed to be a wise ruler, why did he cast the people aside and ignore them today? Was he really so heartless? Chapter 1850. Your Majesty, please immediately issue an imperial edict. Your Majesty, there is no need to hesitate. The officials spoke up one after another, but there was not the slightest bit of respect in their words. Because in their view, Li Erlang had already lost his virtue. Only with the hearts of the people could he become a wise ruler. Right now, they spoke up only from the standpoint of themselves and the people. This included Zhongsun Wuji. Even though he was related to the imperial household and had only been friends with Li Erlang, he still had to make his stance clear on this matter. He had also planned the coup at Xuanwu Gate. If His Majesty refused to admit his mistake, the vengeful spirits would come for his life, and the Zhongsun clan would be the first to suffer. He could not bear the consequences. Of course, he was not the only one with such thoughts. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Jiao Shulian, Hu Junji, and Cheng Yaojin all had similar thoughts. All of them had participated in the coup at Xuanwu Gate, and if the vengeful spirits came for their lives, none of them would be able to escape. Thus, they hoped that Li Erlang would admit his mistake. But Li Erlang clearly had no intention of doing so. Li Shimin felt powerless as he listened to the advice of the officials, and a chill ran down his spine. But he still had a sliver of hope, Zhongfeng. As long as Zhongfeng had a plan, the crisis before him could be resolved. Yes, it could definitely be resolved. He constantly comforted himself. His lonely eyes would occasionally glance at the door, hoping that this person who carried his hopes would bring good news. But the advice of the officials was getting more and more intense, and he had no choice but to reply. He could only raise his trembling right hand and wave it. Everyone, withdraw for now. Allow us to reconsider. Reconsider? Wei Zhang glanced at Li Shimin and coldly chuckled. Does your Majesty not want to face the reality of Mars? After he finished speaking, he glanced at the officials behind him with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In the past, all of you followed His Majesty to conquer the world, quelling the chaos and cleaning up the mess of the former Sui dynasty. It can be said that you have turned the tide and helped the building to collapse. Within the four regions, the Tang dynasty was ruled by Emperor Yang of Sui. At this point, he looked at Li Shimin and said coldly, however, the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, your Majesty killed your brothers, usurped the throne, and bullied other people's wives and daughters. This is a crime that cannot be reversed. Does your Majesty want to be slandered by the world? How could the officials face each other in the court? Are palace maids disloyal? You, Li Shimin pointed at Wei Zhang, his right hand trembling. His face turned green and white, but he could not say a word. Because he knew that Wei Zhang was not wrong at all. But, every word that he said hit him where it hurt. The incident at the Xuanwu Gate. The incident at the Xuanwu Gate was something that he did not want to talk about. He had killed his brothers there, and used this method to usurp the throne. It could be said that it was a dark part of the imperial family's history. After the incident, he did not want to talk about this sad incident, and also to prevent the world from talking about it. But today, Wei Zhang brought this incident up again. His hands trembled and the veins on his forehead popped. He wanted to tear Wei Zhang apart. However, he couldn't because what the other party said was right. He had indeed done such a thing. Furthermore, there were many scholars in the world who had scolded him. Now, whether there was one more Wei Zheng or one less Wei Zheng, what did it matter? It was just one more person scolding him. Thinking of this, his eyes slowly dimmed, as if he had aged dozens of years. Minister Wei, let me think for a moment, okay? This was the first time he spoke to an official like this. He almost used a pleading tone because he knew that all the fault was on him. He could not blame anyone else. Even if Wei Zheng's tone was cold, it was also for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Think. Du Ruhui stood up. His stooped body showed that he was worried about the country and the people. Your Majesty, do you want the lives of the people in the world? Well, if Your Majesty is not willing to give an edict, then I will kneel in the imperial study until I die. After that, he glanced at the officials with tears in his eyes. Everyone, Your Majesty is hesitating now. I will kneel in the imperial study and wait for Your Majesty to listen. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and walked out of the door with a righteous face. Seeing Du Ruhui like this, the other officials could not help but feel grief and indignation in their hearts and spoke one after another. Master Du, wait, I am also willing to kneel at the door of the imperial study with you. Yes, as the saying goes, establish a heart for heaven and earth and establish a life for the people. I will also go. Everyone followed Du Ruhui's footsteps and walked out of the door with a look of indignation. Soon, only Wei Zhang was left in the hall. He looked at Li Shimin with a complicated expression and turned to leave. In an instant, there was only one person in the imperial study. It was unusually quiet. Li Shimin looked at the silent hall and sat down on the dragon throne. His heart was full of grief, but he had no one to talk to. He slowly took out a cigarette from his waist with his trembling right hand, trying to numb himself with the cigarette. He took it out with a backhand, but there was no lighter. A wave of powerlessness came over him. Usually, for safety, little Gizi always carried the lighter with him. Now that little Gizi was not here, he could not even smoke. As the emperor, it was really ridiculous. Just as he was feeling sad, footsteps came from the door. Chapter 1851. Hearing this, Li Shimin raised his lonely eyes and glanced over. His heart was as taut as a bowstring. Right now, he could only hope that it was Zhong Feng or Zhong Feng who had come with a solution because only he could solve the current situation. The voice came closer and closer and became more urgent. Not long after, a figure stepped in. It was Xiao Gizi. Your Majesty, your servant has returned. Xiao Gizi strode forward and spoke as he walked, but his expression was very unsightly. Come quickly. Li Shimin abruptly stood up, but his trembling legs still made him feel weak. He held the table with his hand and asked expectantly, Has Zhong Feng been found? As he spoke, Xiao Gizi had already stepped onto the table, but he did not immediately reply. Instead, his brows were furrowed tightly as if he was thinking about something. His face was somewhat pale. Hurry up and speak. Li Shimin was a little impatient and hurriedly urged. Right now, he was treating Zhong Feng as a life-saving straw, but this dog of a slave still did not speak. Your Majesty, Xiao Gizi frowned and was a little flustered. Then, as if he had made up his mind about something, he carefully leaned over to Li Shimin's ear and whispered, Your Majesty, something has happened. Zhong Feng has disappeared. What? Li Shimin's eyes widened and his face paled. He did not dare to believe it. Say that again. Xiao Gizi frowned. When he heard this news, he was also shocked. When he came back, he was already thinking about how to tell His Majesty, but after thinking it over and over again, the news could not be hidden, so he planned to speak frankly. However, he did not expect His Majesty's reaction to be so big. Your Majesty, Zhong Feng has disappeared. He lowered his head and timidly said, Not only has Zhong Feng disappeared, but even Cheng Chumo, Zhong Sun, Chong, and the others have disappeared. What? They're all gone. Li Shimin's eyes were wide open, and his face was completely pale. Zhongsun Chong and Cheng Chumo's disappearance could still be explained as them being playful. After all, these two guys were still kids, but how could Zhong Feng disappear as well? One had to know that Zhong Feng was his life-saving straw. If he disappeared, then, what should he do next? Was his crime already announced? Opening an altar to offer sacrifices to the heavens? Or announce his sins to the whole world? He sat powerlessly on the dragon throne, holding his forehead with his hand. He felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The oppressive atmosphere in the royal study made it hard for little Gizi to breathe. He understood the emperor's current situation, but he could not empathize with him. He could not help but feel sad. As the emperor's personal servant, he could not share the emperor's burden. He glanced at Li Shimin, and his eyes could not help but feel lonely. Just as he was about to go up and comfort him, he saw the crumpled cigarette on the table. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps the cigarette could relieve the emperor's pain. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the cigarette, smoothed it out, and handed it to Li Shimin. He said with concern, "Your Majesty, have a smoke. Perhaps it can help you forget those unhappiness." Hearing this, Li Shimin's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. He rubbed his forehead with blue veins, looked at little Gizi, and nodded weakly. He knew that little Gizi was doing this for his own good. Moreover, he really did need the cigarette to relieve his tense nerves. Seeing the emperor nod, little Gizi was overjoyed. He quickly handed the cigarette over and lit it. The cigarette was slowly lit, emitting bursts of green smoke. Li Shimin took the opportunity to take a deep breath. The cigarette instantly entered his nose and stimulated his brain. Enjoying the stimulation of the cigarette, he half reclined on the dragon throne and began to recall what he had done in the past. "Big brother, fourth brother, are you really here to take my life? Or is the heavens dissatisfied with me?" Just as he was sinking into endless vexation, another set of footsteps came from outside the door. However, he was not in the mood to look at them at this time. On the other hand, little Gizi raised his head high, wanting to take a closer look. A moment later, a stooped figure slowly walked in. It was Zhongsun Wuji, who had just knelt outside the door. Seeing this, little Gizi hurriedly went up to him and said softly, "Lord Zhongsun, you." He knew that the emperor's relationship with the officials was tense. It was not convenient for him to speak. Naturally, he needed a mediator like him to pass on the message. Zhongsun Wuji glanced at little Gizi and did not reply. Instead, he looked directly at Li Shimin with a complicated expression. "Your Majesty, the situation is very serious now. The officials are all waiting for your Majesty's reply. Has your Majesty made a decision?" He had been kneeling outside the door for a long time. Seeing that there was no news from Li Erlang and that the officials were anxious, as a relative of the emperor, he had to come in and ask. Li Shimin naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He raised his heavy head and glanced weakly at him. "Auxiliary machine, even you want to force me?" Erlang, Zhongsun Wuji looked at Li Shimin and choked a little. In the end, he didn't say those words because he couldn't bear it. After all, Li Erlang was his brother-in-law. The Tang dynasty could not do without the support of Zhongxuan's family. Chapter 1852. Moreover, he and Erlang were friends. In those days, he followed Erlang to quell the rebellion and planned the change of the Xuanwu Gate. Strictly speaking, half of the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate belonged to him. Now he was forcing Erlang. It was a bit too much. Moreover, it was reasonable to say that he also had a part of the responsibility for the appearance of Mars. He couldn't sit back and do nothing, but who could resolve this disaster? Thinking of this, a figure slowly emerged in his mind. Yuan Tiangang? Wasn't he a famous warlock of the Tang dynasty? Maybe this person could resolve the crisis. Erlang, I have a plan. Ask Master Yuan Tiangang to resolve this crisis. Zhongsun Wuji said with some surprise. He had now regarded Li Shimin as a family member, so it was natural to call him Erlang. Besides, there were no outsiders now, so it didn't get in the way. Assistant, are you serious? Li Shimin stood up from the dragon chair and looked straight at Zhongsun Wuji. He had thought that his only hope was shattered, but now it seemed that it was not. Erlang, Master Yuan is a famous warlock of the Tang dynasty. As long as he does divination, there may be a way. Zhongsun Wuji's face was full of hope, and his eyes were shining. Good, good. Li Shimin nodded repeatedly, then looked at Little Gizi and hurriedly said, Little Gizi, you go to inform Yuan Tiangang and let him enter the palace. Little Gizi nodded and walked out of the door. In a moment, he disappeared from the sight of the two. Looking at the receding figure, Li Shimin could no longer sit still. He slowly walked down from the hall, took a drag of the cigarette, and kept pacing in the hall. He was upset. He was a little worried. What if Yuan Tiangang couldn't do anything? What if Yuan Tiangang was not there? Now only Yuan Tiangang could save him. Seeing Li Shimin so anxious, Zhongsun Wuji stepped forward and comforted him. Erlang, don't worry. When Master Yuan comes, everything will be clear. Hearing this, Li Shimin slowed down his steps and looked at Zhongsun Wuji. He sighed and said with some sadness, maybe. After that, he took a deep puff of his cigarette and continued to walk around the hall. Zhongsun Wuji didn't say anything else either. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the door from afar. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard in the huge imperial study. The atmosphere was a little tense. About half an hour later, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Li Shimin immediately stopped. His eyes kept looking out the door, hoping to see something. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but he didn't dare. With so many officials kneeling outside, if he went out, wouldn't he be torn apart alive? A moment later, two figures stepped into the imperial study. They were Little Gizi and Yuan Tiangang. Commoner Yuan Tiangang pays his respects to your majesty. Yuan Tiangang made a Taoist seal with his hands and bowed. Dispense with the formality, dispense with the formality. Li Shimin looked at Yuan Tiangang with surprise. He stepped forward and said directly, Master Yuan, I invited you here this time for the thing in the sky. I hope Master Yuan can divine it. He couldn't afford any delay now. He must solve it as soon as possible. Yuan Tiangang frowned and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at the unknown object in the sky. After a while, he said mysteriously, Yes, Your Majesty. Please prepare the incense table, candlesticks, and other sacrificial items. These are all trivial matters. Daoist priest, please do it quickly. Li Shimin promised and then looked at Little Gizi who was on standby. Little Gizi, send someone to prepare the incense table and candlesticks immediately. Be quick. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Gizi bowed and turned to leave. In less than a quarter of an hour, Little Gizi led several eunuchs to come with incense, candles, yellow paper and other sacrificial items in his hands. Sacrificial activities were often held in the palace, so these things were necessary and not difficult to find. The incense table was neatly arranged under the command of Little Gizi. The candlesticks and yellow paper were also neatly placed at the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty, the ritual needs to be done outside the door. Please move. Yuan Tiangang bowed, still in a posture of making a Taoist seal. Move. Li Shimin hesitated. There were so many officials outside the door. It was not easy to face them outside. But according to Yuan Tiangang's words, he couldn't do the ritual if he didn't go out. This, after thinking for a while, he made up his mind and nodded, let's go. Now there was no other way. It was no big deal to come out and explain to the officials. With such an idea, Li Shimin slowly walked out of the door. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw the officials kneeling together with an unyielding look, which made him a little sad. After all, these were the backbone of the Tang dynasty. He quickly stepped forward and said with concern, Officials, please get up. Hearing this, the officials raised their heads and looked at Li Shimin seriously. It seemed that they didn't intend to speak. Finally, Wei Zheng, who was the leader, slowly said, Your Majesty, have you decided? In fact, they had seen Yuan Tiangang just now. They probably knew what the other party was here for. It was nothing more than preparing for divination and other things. However, divination could not solve this matter. Therefore, everyone still hoped that Li Shimin would issue an edict to appease heaven's anger. Chapter 1853. This, Li Shimin couldn't answer because he didn't make any decision at all. He had to cover it up and said, "Eunuch Wei, get up first. We'll talk about it later." Wei Zhang glanced at Yuan Tiangang, who was not far away. His eyes were a little complicated. It seemed that His Majesty was going to pin his hopes on this warlock. Well, let's see what tricks he could play. He didn't reply to Li Shimin, but turned to look at the officials behind him and said sonorously, "Everyone, since His Majesty is going to open the altar, let's get up and watch." After that, he picked up the crutch beside him and slowly got up. Seeing this, Li Shimin quickly stepped forward and said while holding him, "Eunuch Wei, be careful." "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Wei Zhang shook off Li Shimin's hand and stood up slowly with his crutch on the ground. Li Shimin asked for a snub and let go of his hand embarrassedly. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he glanced at the officials and said, "Everyone, please get up." While speaking, the officials had got up and stood behind Wei Zhang. Of course, they got up not because of Li Shimin, but because of Wei Zhang. In their hearts, Wei Zhang was already a representative of virtue and prestige. Seeing that everyone had got up, Li Shimin turned to look at Yuan Tiangang and said seriously, "Master Yuan, can we start now?" "Your Majesty, we can start at any time." Yuan Tiangang made a Taoist gesture and nodded. "Then let's start." Li Shimin waved his hand. While speaking, he glanced at Wei Zhang, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of inquiry. However, Wei Zhang didn't seem to intend to speak. He just held the crutch in his hand and squinted his eyes, giving people a deep feeling. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuan Tiangang nodded and waved his sleeves and walked to the incense table. He first glanced at the incense burner table and then glanced at the unidentified object in the sky. Then, he slowly picked up the wooden sword on the incense burner table with his left hand and held it vertically in front of him. His right hand formed a seal and placed it in front of his nose as he began to chant. Wearing an imperial canopy on the head, walking on Kuei Gang, supporting Liu Jiao on the left, Liu Ding on the right, Huang Shen in front, and Yu Zhong behind. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes snapped open. In that instant, they seemed to emit a bright light that was impossible to see or touch. Then, he began to brandish the wooden sword in his hand. First up, then down. It seemed disorderly, but in reality, it contained the universe within it. The 9 luminaries move in a straight line, the primeval origin lingers, the flower essence responds to the brightness, the primordial spirit disperses, the flowing infinite hope descends upon me, the radiant vermilion peak, the primordial spirit disperses, the flowing infinite hope descends upon me, the radiant vermilion peak, all things in the world, makes me a prophet. He once again placed the seal on the tip of his nose and urged the incantation with a serious face. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Everything around him had nothing to do with them. Everyone looked at this scene and didn't feel surprised because this wasn't the first time they had seen it. Every time the royal family offered sacrifices, they would let the official of the imperial astronomer perform the ceremony. Sometimes, they would invite Yuan Tiangang. Although they were used to this, they still had some doubts in their hearts. Could a few words of incantation really see through this supernatural thing? It sounded a bit mysterious. Although they all had doubts in their hearts, no one said it out loud. After all, this was passed down by their ancestors for thousands of years. Maybe there really was some magical power. Li Shimin didn't know about these different thoughts of everyone. At this time, he clenched his fists and stared with his eyes wide open. It seemed that he wanted to see something from such a ceremony, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything. He now completely pinned his hopes on Yuan Tiangang, or this ceremony, so he was the most nervous and didn't want anything to happen. At this time, he was like a tight bowstring that would break with a little carelessness. Moreover, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he must give the world an explanation, an answer, and appease the restless people. Otherwise, how could he face the people of the Tang dynasty in the future? Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face showed the sadness again. He subconsciously took out a cigarette from his waist and stretched out his slightly trembling right hand to touch the fire roll, but he didn't feel anything. At this time, little Gizi quickly took out the fire roll from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He was the close eunuch of His Majesty, so it was necessary for him to have sharp eyes. Since he knew that His Majesty liked this kind of thing, the fire roll at his waist had never been broken. Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi out of the corner of his eye and nodded slightly. He stretched out the cigarette, lit it slowly, and took a deep breath. This relieved his tense nerves. After a while of relaxation, he moved his eyes to Yuan Tiangang, who was performing the ceremony. Yuan Tiangang had adjusted the posture of the wooden sword in his hand, but he still kept chanting. Heaven and earth are natural, the filth is dispersed, the mystery in the cave, the Taiyuan is dazzling, and the gods in all directions make me natural. The talisman of Ling Bao tells the 9 heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, he respectfully looked at the wooden sword in his hand, then placed it on the incense table. He let out a long breath, took out 3 copper coins from his sleeve, and threw them on the incense table. Then, he clasped his hands together and began to chant. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the copper wire. Chapter 1854. However, this result made Yuan Tiangang's pupils shrink, and his brows almost frowned together. Li Shimin noticed the abnormality and quickly stepped forward. "Master, what happened?" While speaking, he glanced at the copper coins on the incense table, but he couldn't understand them at all. He had to look at Yuan Tiangang and continue to ask, "Taoist, what is the meaning of this divination?" Everyone also looked at Yuan Tiangang nervously. Now, all hope was on this person. If it was really confirmed that Mars came to the world, then His Majesty couldn't escape the responsibility. However, Yuan Tiangang didn't answer, but stared at the copper coins as if he didn't hear Li Shimin's words. He didn't pretend not to hear, nor did he deliberately not answer, but this divination. This divination didn't show an ominous divination, but why did the people say that an ominous star came to the world? "Your Majesty, please look. This divination moves with thunder, disperses with wind, moistens with rain, suppresses with sun, stops with Gen, speaks with Dui, Qian with the ruler, and Kuan with the hiding. Therefore, it is not an ominous divination." Yuan Tiangang pointed to the copper coins on the incense table and explained word by word. "Not an ominous divination?" Li Shimin frowned. If it was not an ominous divination, then why did the thing in the sky not disperse for a long time? "Master, are you sure?" He also hoped that it was not an ominous divination, but some of the things in front of him were too strange. None of them were right. The thing in the sky didn't disperse for a long time. Others said it was an ominous star and Mars, but Yuan Tiangang said it wasn't. But if it wasn't, why did the thing in the sky keep circling around Chang'an? It was really strange. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and didn't look back. "No, this is not an ominous star." As soon as this remark came out, it instantly caused an uproar. The originally quiet sight also boiled up in an instant, and the surprised voices of the officials were full. "Not an ominous divination? Is it really the vengeful spirit of Xuanwu Gate coming to take our lives?" "Yes, I think it must be. If it is not an ominous star, then there is only one possibility. Your Majesty must take responsibility." Everyone looked at Li Shimin angrily, as if he was being pointed at by 1,000 people. Since the object in the heavens was not Mars, then there was no doubt that it was the vengeful spirit of the Black Tortoise sect. The officials were convinced of this, because Li Erlang had killed too many people, and now he was receiving his retribution. "Everyone, please be quiet." Wei Zheng stepped forward. Seeing that everyone had stopped talking, he took a step forward and said coldly, "Your Majesty, now that it's confirmed that it's not Mars, it must be the vengeful spirit of the Black Tortoise Gate. Please give the vengeful spirit an explanation, Your Majesty." He had once been a subordinate of the deposed Crown Prince, Li Jiancheng. It was only after Li Jiancheng had been killed that he had no choice but to submit to Li Erlang. Regardless of the past, since the Crown Prince and Prince of Qi had returned to demand his life, Li Erlang had to give an explanation. "Not bad." Du Ruhui also stood up and looked at Li Shimin angrily. "Now that it has been proven, Your Majesty, please give an explanation to the Black Tortoise Gate and the survivors." "Your Majesty, please give an explanation to the Black Tortoise Gate." "Your Majesty, please give an explanation to the Black Tortoise Gate." "Your Majesty, Please give an explanation to the Black Tortoise Gate. The crowd was united like never before, and their voices shook the heavens and the earth. Seeing such a situation, Li Shimin was scared out of his wits. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Could it be that the officials were right? That the vengeful spirit of the Black Tortoise Gate had come to demand his life? No, it couldn't be. How could there be such a ridiculous theory? He kept on hypnotizing himself, convincing himself that it wasn't the vengeful spirit of the Black Tortoise Gate. Because he couldn't believe it. If it was really the vengeful spirit, how could he face his eldest brother and fourth brother? Vengeful spirit? Li Shimin's body trembled as he muttered to himself, "The vengeful spirit is here. What should I do? Your Majesty, please don't panic." Yuan Tiangang hurriedly stepped forward and held Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, I have a plan." Hearing this, Li Shimin seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. His whole person became sober. He grabbed Yuan Tiangang and asked hurriedly, "Sir, do you have a brilliant plan? Tell me quickly. Issue an edict, open an altar to offer sacrifices to heaven, hold a waterland assembly, and expiate the vengeful spirit." Yuan Tiangang knew Li Shimin's current situation, so he had to tell him everything he knew. Yes. Li Shimin was a little flustered and didn't know what to do for a while. He said casually, "Issue an edict, open an altar to offer sacrifices to heaven, hold a waterland assembly, and expiate the vengeful spirit." As soon as his voice fell, there was a rush of footsteps not far away. A group of palace maids and eunuchs came one after another. In the middle was Zhongsun Wugo's phoenix carriage. "Your Majesty," Zhongsun Wugo began to roar before she reached him. Li Shimin looked in the direction of the voice and saw his wife. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope. "Maid Guanyin, hurry up, hurry up." Zhongsun Wugo kept urging the eunuchs carrying the phoenix carriage. Seeing that she was about to reach Li Shimin, she rushed down. Fortunately, she didn't fall. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Li Shimin's hand, and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, what's the situation now?" Chapter 1855. She was in the palace, so she naturally knew what was going on in the imperial study. However, it was inconvenient for her to come because the harem couldn't participate in politics. However, she was worried about Erlang, so she didn't care about the rules and came directly. "Guanyin maid." Li Shimin stroked Zhongsun Wugo's tear-stained face and said sorrowfully, "It's the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate." Although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was in front of him. He couldn't refute it. "What?" Zhongsun Wugo screamed. She couldn't believe the answer. How could it be the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate? Li Shimin didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Zhongsun Wugo and nodded heavily. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't hide it anymore. It was better to make it clear. Seeing Li Shimin's expression, Zhongsun Wugo felt as if she was hit by a heavy hammer. Cold sweat flowed down her forehead. She felt a sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, her vision turned black and she fell backward. "Guanyin maid." Li Shimin hugged Zhongsun Wugo and kept shaking her. His voice was a little hoarse. After a violent shake, Zhongsun Wugo slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at the person in front of her and grabbed Li Shimin's wrist. Her face was a little pale. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" "According to Master Yuan, I need to announce the punishment." Li Shimin looked at Zhongsun Wugo and said with a sorrowful face, "Your Majesty, how can you make such a sacrifice?" Zhongsun Wugo suddenly stood up. Her face was full of disbelief. "Sigh." Li Shimin sighed and said helplessly, "This is the only way now." "How could this be?" Zhongsun Wugo's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down her forehead. She glanced at the civil and military officials on the ground and her husband in front of her. She really believed the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate. So many civil and military officials were present, and even the famous Yuan Tiangang of the Tang dynasty was doing divination. It seemed that things had come to an irreversible point. She could be considered as the second beneficiary of the Black Tortoise Gate's change. Now that Erlang was in trouble, as the Empress, how could she sit by and do nothing? Thinking of this, she wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corners of her eyes. She looked at Li Shimin and said seriously, Your Majesty, this concubine is willing to go to Hua Sheng Temple to kneel in front of the Buddha and recite sutras for 7 days to help the souls of those who have died. Once these words were spoken, the officials who were originally indignant couldn't help but feel that the Empress seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. Li Shimin didn't think so. This was his wife. When he thought of his wife praying to Buddha for what he had done, he couldn't help but feel touched. Guanyin maid, Your Majesty. Zhongsun Wu Go slowly pushed Li Shimin away and said with concern, Your Majesty, please personally preside over the water and land assembly and release the souls from purgatory. Good, Zhen will preside over the water and land assembly. Li Shimin nodded heavily. Now that the Empress could make such a sacrifice, as the Emperor, of course, he had to set an example. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhongsun Wu Go bowed and then turned to walk towards the phoenix carriage. Now she didn't dare to delay. Every moment she went to Hua Sheng Temple meant that she could release one more soul. Watching the Empress figure gradually disappear, Li Shimin withdrew his gaze and looked at the officials. With a solemn expression, he said, Wei Zhang, write an edict for Zhen. Zhongsun Wuji, prepare for the water and land assembly. Xu Jindo, the imperial astronomer, prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces finally eased a bit. In that case, everyone can go and prepare. Li Shimin had a bitter expression as he responded. Finishing, he turned and walked towards the imperial study. After returning to the imperial study, he sat weakly on the dragon throne. He slowly took out a cigarette from his waist and put it in his mouth. Little Gizi hurriedly took out a match and lit it. He took a deep breath and tried to relax himself. Now that the dust had settled, the edict had been issued, the preparations for the water and land assembly had begun, and the sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. He had given an explanation to the people of the world. But this also confirmed that he was incompetent and had killed the innocent. But what else could he do? He glanced at the officials who had left the imperial study. Waves of helplessness spread through his body. The officials had forced him to abdicate, the people were at odds with him. This was a last resort. He hoped that after the storm, the people of the world would forget about this matter. Even if he broke his teeth and swallowed it down, he couldn't find anyone to talk to because he could only blame himself for this matter. These were the souls of Xian Wu sect. Basically, each one of them was his family. Yet these family members had died under his blade. Now that they were coming for his life, what could he blame them for? He could only silently endure it. But, if Fengzi was here, he might be able to turn the tide. That guy had a lot of ideas. Thinking of Fengzi, he suddenly trembled. He seemed to have thought of something. Fengzi was missing. That guy hadn't shown up. Could it be that something had happened? Ever since he met Zhong Feng, he deeply understood his talent. It could be said that he was one of a kind in the Tang dynasty. He had also become friends with him. Unknowingly, Zhong Feng had also become one of the most important people in his life. Chapter 1856. Now that he was missing, how could he not be worried? If something happened to him, what would happen to White Deer College? What about the workshop? What about the research institute? Who else would help him? Who else in the world would speak up for him? What about the Tang dynasty? No. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He only felt his body tremble. Little Gizi immediately asked Cheng Yarojin to go to White Deer College to find Fengzi. No matter what, we must find her. Li Shimin stood up and raised his trembling right hand. He was a little emotional. Your Majesty, are you okay? Little Gizi hurriedly went forward to support Li Shimin and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Li Shimin shook his head and hurriedly said, quickly send Cheng Yarojin to find Fengzi. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Gizi nodded, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Li Shimin and asked worriedly, Your Majesty, President Zhong went missing with Cheng Chumo and Zhong Sun. If you ask High Duke Lu to find them, is it? He didn't finish his sentence because eunuchs couldn't participate in politics. He just wanted to remind His Majesty. What if Cheng Yarojin caused trouble? It's fine. Just do as I say. Li Shimin waved his hand and didn't care so much. In his opinion, once Cheng Chumo went missing, Cheng Yarojin would be the most anxious. He would definitely do his best to find them. Besides, the news couldn't be hidden. He would find out sooner or later. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Gizi nodded. Although he was worried about His Majesty, he didn't dare to disobey. He could only quickly walk out of the imperial study, hoping to help His Majesty a little more. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and walked towards the Vermilion Bird Gate. As he walked, he kept looking around, as if he was looking for something. At this moment, a figure not far ahead attracted his attention. Haiduklu, wait. Little Gizi kept waving his hands and screaming at the top of his lungs. Cheng Yarojin was just about to go out when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He subconsciously glanced back and saw that it was Little Gizi. He asked doubtfully, Little Gizi, why did you call me? Grand Duke, wait. His Majesty has something to tell you. Little Gizi arrived in front of Cheng Yarojin, panting heavily. Do you have any orders for me? Cheng Yarojin asked subconsciously. Then, he felt that something was not right. Puzzled, he asked, what can Your Majesty order me to do? Big news. Zhong Feng is missing. Xiao Gizi cried out in surprise. He knew Zhong Feng's position in His Majesty's heart and naturally did not dare to slight him. What? Feng Zi is missing? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened as he grabbed Xiao Gizi's collar in disbelief. What's going on? Duke, let go of this servant first. Xiao Gizi tugged at Cheng Yaojin's arm and was a little out of breath. Speak quickly. Cheng Yarojin let go of Xiao Gizi with a malevolent expression. Xiao Gizi tugged at his collar and hurriedly said, His Majesty just sent people to find Zhong Feng, but there was no one in White Deer College. He should be missing. Missing? How could he be missing? Cheng Yarojin cried out in surprise. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Then what about my son? He's always with Feng Zi. Now that Feng Zi is missing, what about my son? His son was currently working under Zhong Feng. If Zhong Feng was missing, then what about his son? Would he be missing as well? These were all possibilities, so he had to ask clearly. This, Xiao Gizi was a little guilty. He knew Cheng Yaojin's temper. If he said something wrong, he would beat him up. If he said it now, he might end up with a black nose and swollen eyes. What is this? Hurry up and King say it. Cheng Yarojin waved his clenched fists impatiently, as if he was going to beat someone up at the slightest sign of something wrong. Duke, please calm down. Xiao Gizi hurriedly fawned over him and smiled charmingly. Duke, your son went missing with Zhong Feng. What? Cheng Yarojin widened his eyes in disbelief. In his eyes, his son was the lifeblood of the Cheng family. He couldn't go missing, and he wasn't allowed to go missing. Now that something had happened to him, he couldn't accept it. You bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? He cursed silently. Then, without waiting for Xiao Gizi's reaction, he turned and walked out of the palace gates. He quickly walked out of the palace gates, jumped onto his horse, and galloped towards White Deer College. Behind him were dozens of Cheng Residence's retainers. At this moment, the situation on Chang'an Main Street was slightly better. It wasn't as chaotic as before, and the roads were cleared. Cheng Yarojin galloped towards White Deer College. There weren't any obstructions on the way. Cheng Yarojin arrived at White Deer College in a short period of time. He jumped off his horse and rushed towards the college. Where is everyone? Where did they all die? He started to shout as soon as he reached the field. Who's making such a big fuss? Yu Shan'an walked out of the classroom with some dissatisfaction. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw Cheng Yarojin. He frowned. What are you shouting for? Chapter 1857. When Cheng Yarojin saw Yu Shan'an, it was as if he had seen his savior. He was delighted and quickly ran forward. Old man Yu, what did you call me? Yu Shan'an frowned and was very dissatisfied. This guy did not know how to respect people when he opened his mouth. He had already despised this guy. Ha ha, Mr. Bosha. Cheng Yarojin also quickly noticed that something was wrong with Yu Shan'an. He quickly changed his words and said, Mr. Bosha, have you seen my son? He had completely thrown Zhong Feng to the back of his mind and was only thinking about his son. Your son? Yu Shan'an frowned and said doubtfully, you should go home to find your son. Why did you come to the academy? He had never liked this rude guy. He even called him old man just now. He did not have a good impression of him. Now he was looking for his son and found the academy? How improper. Although he was dissatisfied, he still responded with his mouth. Oh, my son is missing. Cheng Yaojin was so anxious that he stamped his feet, but he could do nothing. He knew that the old man in front of him did not even need to salute to His Majesty. He could not do anything to him. Go home to find your son. Don't yell in the academy. Otherwise, old man will report you. Yu Shan'an snorted and turned to leave. He did not want to stay with this illiterate guy for another quarter of an hour. Old man you, Cheng Yaojin stretched out his right hand and called out unwillingly. However, Yu Shan'an did not intend to look back. Looking at the disappearing figure, he glared at him and was somewhat dissatisfied. When he was about to walk to the other classrooms, a figure slowly walked towards him. Haha, there's a chance. Cheng Yaojin smiled and was somewhat proud. He crossed his hands and blocked the door of the classroom. Boy, wait. The person suddenly looked up and was somewhat puzzled. You are? Don't ask who I am first. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and put on an intimidating look. Let me ask you, are you from the academy? Why do I feel like I've seen you there before? That's right. My name is Yuan Hong. I was the flag bearer for the previous basketball match. The person replied timidly. He knew that the academy often came to look for the dean. The person in front of him was probably one of them. He couldn't afford to offend him. Perhaps he could use the basketball game to suppress his arrogance. Yuan Hong? Cheng Yaojin raised his head and muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Yuan Hong and revealed a malicious expression. Let me ask you, where did your dean go? Now that old man Yu was out of the question, he had already offended him. He could only find some clues from these students. Dean? Yuan Hong scratched his head as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said slowly, I remember now. The last time the dean went to the research institute, he hasn't returned until now. There were also a few people from the workshop who went with him. Research institute? Cheng Yaojin's eyes darted around. He finally found some useful clues, but it wasn't enough. Do you know what they went to do? I don't know. How can we ask about the dean's business? Yuan Hong shook his head and was a little nervous. If you don't know, why are you talking about it? Seriously. Cheng Yaojin secretly spat. He glared at Yuan Hong and walked straight to the entrance of the academy. Only a petrified back view was left. So he was the one who told the other party the news and got scolded. What was this? Yuan Hong shook off the dissatisfaction in his heart and walked to the classroom. Looking back at Cheng Yaojin, he took the reins from the servant and ran straight to the research institute. Now that there was news, he couldn't slack off. What if his son was in danger? What if Zhong Feng had some bad idea to bring his son along? Then his Cheng family would be ruined. Thinking of this, he became even more anxious. He whipped the back of the horse and galloped away. A moment later, Cheng Yaojin arrived at the entrance of the research institute. He jumped off the horse and rushed in. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? He shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to find someone he knew. Coincidentally, Ma Ju and Hao Chujun were on the field. When they heard the shout, they subconsciously glanced over. Who is it? What are you shouting about? Haha, it's you two. Cheng Yaojin looked in the direction of the voice. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. This was because he still remembered the scene of Zhong Feng scolding these two fellows. Who are you? Do we know you? Hao Chujun looked at Ma Ju with a face full of question marks. The two of them were waiting here for their teacher. In the end, this person came over. They didn't know him at all, but he was still trying to worm his way into being friends. You don't need to know who I am. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand generously as if to say that he didn't care. Then, he quickly said, where did your teacher go? And my son? Teacher? Ma Ju frowned and glanced at the sky. Teacher had brought Cheng Chumo and the others to the sky and hadn't come down yet. How was he going to tell others? Could it be that teacher had researched the flying artifact and gone to the sky? No one would believe that. Chapter 1858. Looking at Ma Ju's actions, Cheng Yarojin also subconsciously glanced at the sky. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see what it was. He could only urge, where did Fengzi go? This, Ma Ju looked at Hao Chujun, his eyes somewhat evasive. Hao Chujun naturally understood. He looked at Cheng Yarojin and smiled, my teacher has something to do and will not be back for a while. This was just him making things up. In fact, even he himself didn't know when his teacher would come back. Cheng Yarojin naturally saw the two's little actions. He was very suspicious that the disappearance of Fengzi and his son was definitely related to these two guys. Then what about my son, Cheng Tianyu? Oh, your son. He also went with my master. Hao Chujun lied without blushing. Went out together? Cheng Yarojin was somewhat doubtful. His son would discuss everything with him. This time, he actually dared to hide it from him. This was impossible. He looked at the two of them unwillingly, trying to find some clues. At this time, the iron wire under their feet and the brazier attracted his attention. What is this? Cheng Yarojin pointed at the iron wire on the ground and asked. This is something we got to play with. Hao Chujun laughed and was about to pick up the thing on the ground. This thing belonged to his teacher, he couldn't let this guy ruin it. Let me see. Cheng Yarojin snatched the iron wire from Hao Chujun's hand. He had a feeling that Fengzi's disappearance was related to this guy in front of him. Moreover, these two guys were protecting the iron wire. Maybe there was some conspiracy. I can see that you two are not honest. Were you lying to me just now? Tell me. Why would we lie to you? Hao Chujun smiled. You are brother Tianyu's father, which means you are our father. After saying that, he gave Ma Ju a look, wanting him to say something good. Ma Ju understood and quickly stepped forward. He smiled and said, yes, you are Tianyu's father. Why would we lie to you? As he spoke, he reached out to grab the iron wire in Cheng Yarojin's hand, trying to take it back. However, this guy was too strong and couldn't move it at all, so he could only give up. Stop trying to bewitch Laro Tsu. Laro Tsu won't fall for it. Cheng Yarojin glared at the two of them and waved the wire in his hand. Laro Tsu thinks that the disappearance of Fengzi and my son is related to the two of you. If you don't tell me, Laro Tsu will punish you right now. We really don't know. Ma Ju pulled a long face and said in a pleading tone. You just said that Fengzi went on a long trip, and now you say that you don't know. There is indeed a problem. Cheng Yarojin sneered. After saying that, he put down the iron wire in his hand and rolled up his sleeves. It seemed that he was about to go all out. What are you doing? You can't mess around. Ma Ju's expression changed and he stepped back. This is the research institute. You can't behave atrociously here. Yes, this is the research institute. You can't mess around. Hao Chujun was also a little scared and stepped back. Can't mess around? Cheng Yarojin sneered and said indifferently, Laro Tsu doesn't care about you. After saying that, he strode forward, grabbed Ma Ju's arm, and threw him over his shoulder. Ma Ju was a scholar. How could he withstand Cheng Yarojin's torment? He immediately fell to the ground and wailed. Seeing this, Hao Chujun's face changed. He was about to run away when Cheng Yarojin used total annihilation. Hao Chujun fell forward and fell on his face like a dog eating mud. Mph, Laro Tsu could beat 10 of you back then. Cheng Yarojin glanced at the two people on the ground with disdain. After saying that, he pulled Ma Ju's left leg with his left hand and Hao Chujun's right leg with his right hand. He pulled the two people together, then picked up the iron wire on the ground and tied their left and right legs together. Okay, are you willing to talk now? Cheng Yarojin sat on the ground and looked at the two people in front of him who were somewhat aggrieved. He smiled. Brother, please let us go. We really don't know anything. Hao Chujun wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth and begged. Shut up. Cheng Yarojin roared. Just now, he was trying to talk nicely to these two guys. In the end, these two guys refused to listen to him. Now that they had been defeated, they were still so stubborn. Did they not know the feeling of losing a son? They really had a heart of stone. You two dogs. Now that my son is missing, of course you are not worried. But I am. I don't care if you are Fengzi's disciples or not. If you don't talk, Lao Tzu will throw you under the tree for 3 days and 3 nights. I guarantee that you will become dry corpses. After saying that, he glanced at the locust tree on the side of the field and said with a fierce look, "How about it? Are you going to talk or not?" Ma Ju trembled and looked at Cheng Yarojin. He didn't know what to say. He was very afraid that this guy in front of him would really hang him under the tree. How could he establish a foothold in the institute in the future? However, he was afraid that if he said it, his teacher would be unhappy and expel him from the institute. Chapter 1859. What are you talking about? You mother ***, are you a scholar again? Cheng Yarojin glared and slapped Ma Ju's face. As he slapped him, he said unhappily, "Lao Tzu asked you to stay here. Hurry up and say it." "Stop hitting me. I'll say it." Hao Chu-jun looked at Ma Ju, who was being abused. He couldn't bear it because he wasn't sure if he would be the next one. It was better to say it earlier. However, he couldn't say everything. He decided to leave out half of it. "You want to say it?" Cheng Yarojin glanced at Hao Chu-jun and was delighted. Then, he looked at Ma Ju and put down his half-swollen face. "See, you should have said it earlier. You just like to be abused." After he said that, he looked at Hao Chu-jun and smiled. "Hurry up and say it. Lao Tzu doesn't wait for anyone." Hao Chu-jun glanced at Ma Ju, who wanted to cry but had no tears. He seemed to have made up his mind and said, "We only know that our teacher has been researching something that can fly into the sky. These few days, Tai Nyo and the others have been helping our teacher." Then, he disappeared. "We don't know what happened to him. We don't dare to ask about our teacher." After he said that, he glanced at Ma Ju as if to say, "Look, what did I say?" Ma Ju gave him a look of disdain. "Something that can fly into the sky?" Cheng Yarojin raised his head and glanced at the sky. He was a little confused. What could fly into the sky? Was this King dream? He didn't believe it. He turned and stared at Hao Chu-jun. "Are you King lying to Lao Tzu? What can fly into the sky? Unless it's that jinx. How would we dare to lie to you? Look, Ma Ju has been beaten up to this state. I wouldn't dare to lie to you even if I had 8 guts." Hao Chu-jun looked troubled. He said it as if he was more wronged than Ma Ju. Cheng Yarojin nodded. He also believed that this guy wouldn't dare to lie to him. However, this was a little unbelievable. Something that could fly into the sky. What kind of King genius could do this? However, the jinx in the sky was also something that could fly into the sky. It was hard to say. A jinx. Could the thing that Fengzi created be related to the thing in the sky? If this was true, then it would be terrible. Right now, the entire country thought that it was the vengeful spirit of the Black Marital School. If Fengzi and Tai Nyo were up there, would they be in any danger? Thinking of this, he was a little uneasy. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the research institute. He had to go back and report to Her Majesty about such an important matter. "Don't go. Untie us. Wait." Hao Chu-jun and Ma Ju's screams came from behind him, but it did not affect his determination to return to the palace. Cheng Yarojin quickly walked out of the research institute, jumped onto the back of a horse, and galloped in the direction of the palace. Now that his son was in danger, all the more he couldn't slack off. If the two of them fell from the sky, then the Cheng family's bloodline would end. With that thought in mind, he whipped his horse and arrived at the palace in no time. Within the imperial study, Li Shimin was sitting on the dragon throne, thinking about what to do next. Now that the commoners had been pacified, the punishment had already been announced, and it would probably cause another storm. What should he do then? This was giving him a headache. Just as he was worrying, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Your Majesty, something has happened." Cheng Yarojin began to shout as soon as he stepped into the imperial study. "What happened?" Li Shimin slowly raised his head, looking listless. For him, There was nothing worse now. After all, he had already prepared to announce his punishment. Could there be anything worse than this? The thing in the sky was made by Fengzi. Cheng Yarojin quickly stepped forward with a face full of impatience. What? Li Shimin suddenly stood up and widened his eyes. What did you just say? Say it again. Your Majesty, the thing in the sky was made by Fengzi. He is now in the sky, and even my son is there. Cheng Yarojin looked embarrassed and said in a wronged tone. What the hell is going on? Li Shimin frowned, his hands trembling. How did you know? He still found it hard to believe because he didn't dare to believe that people could go up to the sky, and more than one person. He also didn't know why Fengzi made this thing. Your Majesty, I heard it from his disciple. It is all true. Cheng Yarojin had a long face, as if something had happened to his son. He had always treated his son like a treasure, and now that something like this had happened, he was actually more anxious than anyone else. How could this be? What does Fengzi want to do? Li Shimin seemed to have lost all his strength as he sat on the dragon throne. He had always thought that the thing in the sky was the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate, but now he was being told that it was man-made. He really couldn't accept it. Moreover, the punishment had been announced, the water and land assembly, and the sacrificial ceremony had already begun. To say this now was simply a blow. These things had already begun to be prepared, and it was impossible to take them back. If he had known about this earlier, he might have had a chance to salvage everything. Now, there was no chance at all. Chapter 1860. But there were both good and bad things. Since there were no vengeful spirits in the sky, he was no longer so worried. He let out a long sigh and glanced at Cheng Yarojin. Do you know what Fengzi wants to do with all this? Your Majesty, this lowly subject also does not know. I only heard from his disciple that he wants to do some research. Cheng Yarojin spread out his hands. He was also very helpless. Not only had his son been kidnapped, he had also worked for nothing. Since you don't know, then forget it. Li Shimin helplessly replied. Then he seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, immediately send someone to find Yu Qigong and see where Fengzi is preparing to go. Also, inform Li Jing and have him lead an army to investigate. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yarojin nodded and walked out the door. He needed to find Fengzi's tracks as quickly as possible. Even if His Majesty had not given the order, he still needed to do this. This was both for Fengzi and for his son. The palace did not stop him, so he quickly walked out of Vermilion Bird Gate. Leaping onto his horse, he charged toward the Duke of E estate. Out of the way! Everyone in front, out of the way! Cheng Yarojin waved the whip in his hand as he constantly shouted. When the people on the street saw the large horse charging over, they hurriedly got out of the way. They were all commoners, so they did not dare to bump into the horse of an official. A few moments later, Cheng Yarojin arrived at the Duke of E estate. Leaping off his horse, he walked toward the estate. The guards at the gate basically all recognized him and did not dare to stop him. Cheng Yarojin arrived at the empty hall and began to shout, "Big old black, big old black. Who is it? Who dares to curse Lao Tzu?" Yu Qigong walked out of the side hall, his eyes wide open. When he saw that it was Cheng Yarojin, his eyes widened even more. Old Cheng, is your King skin itching for a beating? Instead of staying at home, you've come to my place to make a fuss. Are you seeking death? Big old black, I don't have time to joke with you. Cheng Yarojin hurriedly stepped forward and said with a serious face, the thing in the sky was made by Fengzi. Now His Majesty wants us to find him. Hurry up and bring the troops and horses with me. With that, he grabbed Yu Qigong and was about to pull him out of the door. Wait a moment. Yu Qigong shook off Cheng Yarojin and asked in surprise, what did you just say? That thing in the sky was made by Fengzi? Are you King still asleep? He found it hard to believe that humans could ascend to the heavens. Wasn't he just bragging? Moreover, this old man often made all kinds of jokes with him. 9 out of 10 of his words could not be trusted. Lao Tzu didn't lie to you. Cheng Yarojin pulled a long face and said with a serious face, Big old black, Lao Tzu knows that you don't want to believe it, but this is the truth. His Majesty has already ordered us to find Feng Zi with Li Jing. Yu Qigong looked at Cheng Yaojin's expression. It didn't seem to be fake, but he still had doubts in his heart. Humans ascended to the heavens? This was a little too unbelievable. If you want Lao Tzu to go with you, then swear an oath first. He put his hands on his hips and smiled maliciously. This old man was used to lying. If he was willing to swear, then it was true. You bastard. Cheng Yaojin cursed silently and rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong. However, he still swore unwillingly. Lao Tzu swears here that if I lie to Big Old Black, then I will have no descendants. You're even willing to swear such a vicious oath? Yu Qigong's eyes widened. Now he believed that the other party was telling the truth. If he was willing to swear such a vicious oath, it meant that the matter was very serious. Okay, Lao Tzu will go with you. Then, he pulled Cheng Yaojin out of the door. As he walked, he said, "But tell me what happened first. Humans ascended to the heavens? This is a little too unbelievable." Okay. Don't rush. We'll talk as we walk. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong quickly walked out of the door. But we have to find Li Jing first. His Majesty has something to tell him. Then, the two mounted their horses one after the other and galloped towards Li Jing's residence. Old Cheng, what's going on? Tell me in detail. Yu Qigong couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Didn't Feng Zi go missing in the beginning? Cheng Yaojin pulled on the reins and looked at Yu Qigong. His Majesty told me to find this kid, so I went to White Deer College. Speaking of this, his emotions suddenly surged and he said excitedly, in the end, I met that old guy Yu Shanan. Originally, Lao Tzu was kind and polite. He wanted to ask about Feng Zi's whereabouts, but that old guy came up and scolded him. If it weren't for Lao Tzu's age, he would have beaten him up on the spot. Then you didn't beat him up, right? Yu Qigong asked subconsciously. He knew of Yu Shanan's influence. Not many people in the imperial court dared to offend him. If old Cheng dared to beat up Yu Shanan, a lawsuit would be enough to make him suffer. Is Lao Tzu that kind of person? Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips, clearly unconvinced. He thought to himself, how could I, old Cheng, do something like digging my own grave? However, his mouth was still unforgiving. Although that old guy said a few words to Lao Tzu, I'm not the kind of person who would casually beat people up. Chapter 1861. Yu Qigong's mouth twitched, as if to say, aren't you the kind of person who beats people up? How many people have you beaten up? However, he didn't want to argue with him, so he continued to ask, what happened after that? How did Feng Zi get into the sky? After that, Cheng Yaojin glanced in the direction of Xiao Mountain, and a smug look flashed across his eyes. I met a student from the academy, and he told me that Feng Zi went to the research institute. Lao Tzu went all the way to the research institute to take a look. Guess what? What? You saw Feng Zi fly into the sky? Yu Qigong widened his eyes and looked at Cheng Yaojin curiously. That's not it. Cheng Yaojin smiled awkwardly, but he quickly covered it up and smiled. Lao Tzu saw Feng Zi's two students fiddling with the things in the sky. Damn, Lao Tzu thought you were going to say something. Yu Qigong waved his hand disdainfully. He thought there would be some good news, but this guy was talking nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's listen to Lao Tzu first. Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong and said angrily, at first, those two students didn't want to say where Feng Zi went. Lao Tzu saw that they were acting weird, so he taught them a lesson. Only then did those two guys say that Feng Zi was researching flying things. How was it? Lao Tzu did well, right? He raised his eyebrows and looked proud, as if to say, look at how good Lao Tzu is. However, Yu Qigong ignored all of this and sneered. How was it? How embarrassing. You beat up two weak students, and you still have the nerve to show off in front of Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu was trying to find out where Feng Zi was. Cheng Yaojin widened his eyes and looked unconvinced. Lao Tzu's Tai Nyo and Feng Zi disappeared together. How can Lao Tzu not be worried? Iron Ball is gone too? Yu Qigong frowned as a bad premonition struck him. Yeah, it's not just Tai Nyo. There's also Jongsun Wooji's kid and Old Man Do's kid. Cheng Yarojin added. So many people have disappeared. Yu Qigong muttered to himself. He didn't expect so many people to disappear. It seemed like things weren't as simple as they seemed. With that, he whipped his horse and galloped forward. A hurried voice came from the original spot. Old Cheng, run faster. Wait for me, Big Blackie. Cheng Yarojin urged the horse's belly and hurriedly followed. The two of them dashed through the streets and soon arrived at Li Jing's residence. Yu Qigong dismounted from his horse and rushed straight into the mansion. Behind him, he could hear Cheng Yaojin's shouts. Big Blackie, wait for Laro Tzu. However, Yu Qigong acted as if he didn't hear him. He walked wholeheartedly towards Li Jing's residence. As soon as he entered, he began to shout, Medicine Master Li, where did he die? Just as he finished speaking, Cheng Yarojin stumbled in, panting. Big Blackie, don't you know how to King wait for Laro Tzu? Why should I wait for you? Yu Qigong rolled his eyes at Cheng Yarojin and said in a bad mood, look at you. All you do is drink all day. You ride a horse like a woman who just gave birth. You're so weak. Laro Tzu, Cheng Yarojin was unconvinced. Just as he was about to scold him, a figure walked over. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Li Jing. He had no choice but to suppress his anger. He threw Yu Qigong aside and walked towards Li Jing. Medicine Master, we've been looking for you for a long time. Come with us. There's something important. With that, he grabbed Li Jing's right hand and prepared to leave. Thinking of this, Li Jing threw him aside and said unhappily, if you have something to say, say it. Don't drag me around. He didn't have a good impression of the two in front of him. They were both big and burly. The moment they came in, they shouted. If they weren't officials of the same court, he would have thrown them out. Hee. Cheng Yarojin smiled awkwardly. He wanted to get angry, but when he thought of His Majesty's decree, he suppressed his anger. He rubbed his wrist and said, Medicine Master, His Majesty just ordered you to track Fengzi. That's why we came to find you. We'll move together. Why track Fengzi? Isn't he at White Deer College? Li Jing didn't doubt Cheng Yaojin's words. He knew that although Cheng Yarojin was bold, he wouldn't dare to fake an imperial decree. However, he didn't understand. Why track Zhongfeng? Was His Majesty going to put Zhongfeng under house arrest? Was that why he wanted him to track him? You still don't know, right? Fengzi is missing. Cheng Yarojin looked at Li Jing. He thought that Li Jing knew, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. What? Fengzi is missing? Li Jing was shocked. He grabbed Cheng Yarojin and asked anxiously, what is going on? Don't be anxious. Listen to me first. Cheng Yarojin pushed Li Jing's right hand away and said solemnly, I just received the news today. His Majesty told me that Fengzi was missing. Later on, I went to look for him and found out that the thing in the sky was created by Fengzi. Later on, His Majesty asked you and Big Black to track down Fengzi's traces, which is the thing in the sky. You're saying that the thing in the sky was created by Fengzi? Chapter 1862. Lord Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, and is already in the sky. Cheng Yarojin nodded and looked at the sky. Even my iron ball has gone up. Why are you only telling me such an important thing now? Lord Li Jing frowned, clearly unhappy. With that, he glanced at the sky and turned to walk out of the residence. Let's go. Follow me to the barracks to gather the troops. Oh, I'm coming. Cheng Yarojin pulled Yu Qigong and quickly followed. The three of them hurriedly walked out of the door and rode their horses to the barracks. Since they were tracking that thing in the sky, the more people there were, the better. With one more person, they would have one more pair of eyes and one more strength. The three generals who led troops to war knew this very well. After rushing all the way, the three of them finally arrived at the barracks. They hurriedly gathered 20,000 troops and left the barracks. Yarojin, in my opinion, we should split up. Lord Li Jing glanced at the blurry hot air balloon in the sky and said solemnly. The hot air balloon was drifting further and further away, and it was easy to get lost if they followed it together. The best way was to split up. Moreover, this fellow was a veteran commander, so there was no problem with this. All right, I'll go with Big Black. You go alone. Is that okay? Cheng Yarojin nodded and immediately agreed with Lord Li Jing's opinion. As a veteran commander, he naturally had such strategic foresight. All right, then I'll go first. Lord Li Jing nodded and then looked at the soldiers behind him. He shouted, 10,000 men come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his horsewhip and rushed forward. The soldiers behind him followed closely behind, raising a cloud of dust. Looking at the gradually disappearing figures, Yu Qigong looked at Cheng Yarojin and said solemnly, Old Cheng, let's go too. All right, let's go. Cheng Yarojin nodded. With that, he pulled the horse's head and shouted, Everyone, follow me. The soldiers immediately opened up a path in the middle. Cheng Yarojin whipped his horse and galloped off. Yu Qigong followed closely behind. Seeing that the two commanders had already set off, the soldiers followed behind. Although the hot air balloon had drifted far away, its speed was not very fast. Occasionally, one could still see the shadow of the hot air balloon. Looking at the image, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong led their troops and charged towards the hot air balloon. They did not dare to be negligent. This was not only because of His Majesty's imperial edict, but also because of some personal reasons. Both of them were on good terms with Zhong Feng, especially Yu Qigong. His cousin even had some sort of entanglement with Zhong Feng. If something happened to Zhong Feng in the sky, what would happen to his cousin? On the other hand, Cheng Yarojin was just as worried as Yu Qigong. This was because his son was currently in the sky with Zhong Feng. If his son was in any danger, what would happen to the Cheng family? Wouldn't that be the end of their line? Thinking of this, he felt as if a needle had pierced his heart. It was an abnormal feeling. Everyone, speed up. Cheng Yarojin glanced back and shouted. With that, he waved his horse whip and sped up. Old Cheng, wait for me. Yu Qigong was not to be outdone. He waved his horse whip and followed. He naturally knew that old Cheng was worried about his son, so he did not dissuade him. Instead, he directly followed. The two of them hurried on without stopping. Dust rose behind them, and the sound of the soldiers' footsteps could be heard behind them. After running for an unknown period of time, they finally saw the shadow of the hot air balloon. Whoosh! Yu Qigong reined in his horse and glanced at the hot air balloon in the sky. Then, he looked at the guard beside him and said, Bring me the map. Big Black, why aren't you continuing to chase? Cheng Yarojin also stopped and looked at Yu Qigong beside him. He was a little puzzled. After all, they had just seen a shadow and it was still far away. Why was this guy still stopping here? Wait a minute. We've been running for so long. Even if the people aren't tired, the horses still need to rest. Yu Qigong looked at Cheng Yarojin with a serious expression. After that, he did not wait for the other party to reply. He took the map from the guard and looked at it seriously. A moment later, he frowned and handed the map in his hand to Cheng Yarojin. Old Cheng, look. We've left Chang'an. Left Chang'an? Cheng Yarojin took the map with a puzzled expression and glanced at it roughly. As expected, it's just that Fengzi is still floating ahead. Look in the direction Fengzi is floating in. That's it. Yu Qigong pointed in the direction of the hot air balloon with a solemn expression. Cheng Yarojin looked in the direction Yu Qigong was pointing in. At first, he did not notice it. After looking for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong and exclaimed, That's the direction of Shengju? That's right. I looked at the map just now. Fengzi is going in the direction of Shengju. Yu Qigong took a deep breath and furrowed his brows as if he was worried about something. If it's really in the direction of Shengju, then we're in trouble. There are 200,000 Xiongnu soldiers stationed there. Cheng Yarojin looked ahead and widened his eyes. He had been to Shengju with Big Black before. Not only was it barren, but there were also Xiongnu soldiers stationed there. If Fengzi and Tainyo went there, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1863. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait any longer. He said impatiently, We can't rest anymore. We have to go to Shengju immediately and save them. With that, he prepared to whip his horse and gallop in the direction of Shengju. Unexpectedly, Yu Qigong pulled him back. Big old black, what the hell are you doing? Lao Tzu is going to save Tai Nyo. Cheng Yarojin turned to look at Yu Qigong, the veins on his forehead bulging. This matter must be reported to His Majesty. After all, His Majesty has given a decree before. Yu Qigong didn't get angry. Instead, he spoke unhurriedly because he knew how old Cheng felt. His son was missing. Now that he had finally received some news, how could he not be anxious? However, he couldn't be impulsive at this time. Cheng Yarojin panted heavily, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. However, on second thought, Big Old Black was right. This was His Majesty's decree. Now that he had received the news, he had to report it. After a pause, he said, "All right then. Quickly send someone back to the palace to report to His Majesty. Don't waste Lao Tzu's time." Yu Qigong nodded. He glanced at the guard leading the horse and said, "Letian, give me the reins. Then, pick a horse from behind. Take my token and enter the palace to meet His Majesty. Tell His Majesty everything that has happened here without leaving out a single word." After he finished speaking, he took out a military order from his waist and tossed it to Letian. This military order was a symbol of status. As long as one had this military order, they could enter the palace at will and would not be stopped. It was the most suitable thing for a messenger. "Yes, General." Letian cupped his hands and handed the reins to Yu Qigong. Then, he turned and walked away. Seeing that everything had been settled, Cheng Yarojin hurriedly said, "Can we go now?" He was already very anxious. He knew that if he went a moment later, his son would be in more danger. He didn't dare to take such a risk. "Let's go." Yu Qigong nodded. He waved the horsewhip in his hand and galloped forward. Cheng Yarojin also hurriedly followed, galloping in the mountain road. At the side, Letian also obtained a horse. He immediately turned it around and galloped in the direction of Chang'an. He was only a guard, so he did not know much about these matters. However, he could tell the severity of the situation from the general's expression. Therefore, he did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of his whip, he left in a cloud of dust. In less than a moment, he arrived at Chang'an City. As soon as he entered the city, waves of wailing could be heard incessantly. It was as ear-piercing as the screams of vengeful spirits in hell. Soon, the tragic scenes of Chang'an City appeared in front of his eyes. People covered in blood were sitting everywhere on the streets. There were women, children, and even old people. They sat on the steps and kept murmuring something. When he got closer to listen, he found that they were all about vengeful spirits, evil spirits, and so on. There were also many soldiers patrolling the streets. They carried stretchers and carried the injured to the side. The doctors saw this and immediately went forward to treat them. Although Letian sympathized with all this, he knew that he had a more important mission. He chose to turn a blind eye to it and ran toward the city gate. The gate of Chang'an City was not very far away. Letian arrived in a few breaths. However, at this time, the gate of Chang'an City was closed. The gate was full of guards, each of them holding a spear and looking serious. Guards of Chang'an, opened the gate immediately. "I have important military information to report to the emperor." Letian took out the token at his waist and shouted with his head held high. With his status, he would definitely not be able to persuade these guards. The most effective way was to take out the token. This was the direct reason why the general gave him the token. When the guards saw the token in Letien's hand, their expressions changed drastically. They thought that some great general had come. They bowed together and said, "General, please." After that, the leader of the guards gave the crowd at the gate a look. The latter immediately understood and opened the gate. Seeing this, Letian spurred his horse and left. After galloping all the way, Letian finally arrived at the gate of the palace. With the experience at the gate of Chang'an City, he took the initiative to take out the token. The guard hesitated for a moment but still chose to let him in. This was because people who could hold such a token usually had important information. They did not dare to stop him privately. There were no obstructions at the gate. Letian was led to the imperial study by the guard. At this time, 2 strong men were standing at the gate of the imperial study. They were Li Shimin's personal eunuchs. Little Gizi was serving Li Shimin inside, so they needed to serve him outside. Strong men, I have urgent military information to report to His Majesty. Can you let me in? Le Tien bowed and smiled at the two strong men. In the palace, he had to be careful. Who knew what kind of people were in front of him? They might be able to kill him with a slap, so it was better to be careful. When the two heard the sound, they turned their heads and glanced at him with a trace of disdain. They seemed to be sizing him up. After a while, one of them slowly said, "Do you have proof?" "Yes, yes, yes." Le Tien quickly replied. Then, he took out the token at his waist and handed it over. "This is General Yuchi's token. He ordered me to see His Majesty." Chapter 1864. The strong man took the token and looked at it as if he was looking for something. After a while, he seemed to have confirmed something and put the token into his sleeve. He then looked at Le Tien. However, the disdain in his eyes lessened. "Wait here. I'll report to His Majesty." With that, the strong man turned and walked towards the imperial study without waiting for Le Tien's reply. In less than half an hour, the strong man walked out again. He glanced at Le Tien and said calmly, "Go in. Be careful not to say anything." "Thank you, strong man." Le Tien cupped his hands and walked towards the imperial study. As soon as he entered, he felt an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, a hoarse duck's voice was heard. "Halt! Why don't you bow when you see His Majesty?" Le Tien was startled and subconsciously looked up. He saw a man in a dragon robe sitting on the dragon throne. However, this person did not look too good, as if he had not slept for a few days. He shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. When he realized that the person in front of him was His Majesty, he quickly bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. General Yuchi ordered me to report the military situation. Please forgive me for my rudeness." Le Tien lowered his head tightly and said in a trembling voice. He did not bow immediately, which was a little rude. However, Li Shimin was not in the mood to care about this. He slowly raised his head and said tiredly, "What military situation did Yuchi Gong ask you to report?" Hearing that His Majesty did not care about his rudeness, Le Tien was delighted and blurted out, "Your Majesty, General Yuchi and General Cheng followed Your Majesty's imperial edict to track that thing in the sky. They have been rushing all the way and have already left Chang'an. General Yuchi has a premonition that the thing in the sky is heading towards Shengju." "What?" Li Shimin stood up from the dragon throne and widened his eyes. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Le Tien suddenly knelt on the ground. His face was a little pale. He did not know why His Majesty suddenly became angry, nor did he know that he had said something wrong to make His Majesty so angry. If he really angered His Majesty, he would not be able to leave the imperial study today. He was very worried. "I asked you to say it again. Did you not hear me?" Li Shimin's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little ferocious. "Yes, Your Majesty." Le Tien's legs trembled incessantly. His forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He crawled on the ground tightly, not daring to raise his head at all. "General Yuchi has a premonition that the thing in the sky is going to float in the direction of Sheng province. General also said that there are 200,000 Xiongnu soldiers stationed in Sheng province. General is currently leading the troops in the direction of Sheng province." "The direction of Shengju?" Li Shimin put his hands on the table, his face pale. If Fengzi and the others went to Shengju and fell into the hands of the Xiongnu people, they would definitely die. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Go back and tell Yuchi Gong to protect Zhongfeng at all costs, even if it means starting a war with the Xiongnu people. Go quickly." After saying that, he covered his chest with his hand as if something was blocking his throat. Cough cough, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Little Gizi quickly went forward and supported Li Shimin. He patted his chest and asked with concern, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Cough cough. Li Shimin coughed violently again. After a while, he seemed to have recovered a little. He waved his hand. "I'm fine." After saying that, he glanced at Le Tien, who was kneeling on the ground. "Let this guy go quickly. Did you hear that?" His Majesty wants you to go back and tell Yu Qigong. Little Gizi supported Li Shimin with one hand and scolded Letienne. Oh. Letienne suddenly realized that he had been frightened by His Majesty and lost his mind for a moment. Now that he had recovered, he quickly said, "I'll go back and report immediately." After saying that, he quickly got up and turned to walk out of the imperial study. At the same time, on the hot air balloon, Zhong Feng and the others were huddled together as if they were hugging each other for warmth. They hugged each other tightly, their lips pale, and even their eyelashes were stained with the moisture in the air. It seemed that they were quite cold. White clouds floated past their eyes, but they were not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. After an unknown period of time, Zhong Feng started to tremble from the cold. He subconsciously touched the blanket that was originally covering him, but found that it was gone. He could only open his half-closed eyes and glance to the side, only to see that the blanket had run to the three guys. This angered him. Damn it, he was still cold, and they actually dared to take the blanket away. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He could not help but curse, "Damn it, you idiots, hurry up and wake up Lao Tzu." After a round of scolding, no one moved at all. This angered Zhong Feng, and he kicked them. "Idiot, wake up. Don't King pretend to be dead." Violence was indeed the most direct way to solve problems. Under Zhong Feng's torture, everyone woke up one after another. The first to wake up was Cheng Chumo. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and was somewhat puzzled. "Fengzi, I dreamed that someone kicked me. What do you think is going on?" Chapter 1865. "Yeah, I dreamt of it too. Not only did he kick me, but he also kept scolding me." Zhong Sun patted his butt. He also felt it deeply. Du Go spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. He wanted to get rid of the suspicion first. Besides, he was also kicked. "It was Lao Tzu who kicked me just now." Zhong Feng put his hands on his hips and glared at the crowd. "Mother ***, you idiots. Lao Tzu said he was going to sleep for a while. Where did the blanket that covered his body go? Are you trying to rebel?" Recently, the hot air balloon and the academy had caused him to not have a good night's sleep. Now that he finally had some time, he wanted to sleep for a while and let these guys look after the hot air balloon. They readily agreed, so he didn't care. However, when he woke up, not only were these guys lying beside him, he didn't even know where the hot air balloon had drifted to. How could he not be angry? These fellows were simply incapable of accomplishing anything but good at spoiling things. Blanket. Du Go subconsciously looked at the blanket on his body and scratched his head awkwardly. "Fengzi, we saw that you were too hot just now, so we borrowed it to cover you. Don't be angry." "Borrowed?" Zhong Feng opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He instantly had a new understanding of these guys. He fell asleep and took his things. This was called borrowing. Hearing these words, he was instantly furious. He pointed at the three's noses and scolded, "Are you mother *****s shameless? Is this called borrowing? This is called stealing. Lao Tzu was sleeping well, but you took away Lao Tzu's blanket. Now you're in the right. Do you believe that Lao Tzu will immediately deflate the hot air balloon? Will he drop all of you to death?" As he spoke, he held the iron wire and took out a lighter from his waist. He really did look like he was going to deflate the air. This scared the three of them. They quickly grabbed Zhong Feng's thighs and begged, "Fengzi, don't be impulsive. If you let go, we'll all go see the King of Hell." "Yeah, Fengzi, isn't it just a blanket? When we get back, I'll compensate you with 10, no, 100. I'll give you as many as you want. How about that? Fengzi, please don't do this. This is one corpse and 4 lives." Zhong Feng naturally wouldn't do something like digging his own grave. He only said that to scare the three of them. Now that the three of them had given in, he naturally felt greatly relieved. He deliberately coughed twice and said, "Ahem, you guys are used to being dandy. You actually dared to steal from Lao Tzu. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. If you do it again, Lao Tzu will kill you." "Definitely not. Fengzi, don't worry. If it happens again, we'll jump down ourselves." "Yeah, I won't." The three of them kept nodding and bowing, as obedient as they could be. Seeing this, Zhong Feng proudly glanced at everyone before putting away the fire starter in his hand with satisfaction. You even gave me a blanket. Are you trying to freeze me to death? He glared at Du Go, his gaze not leaving the blanket in the other's hand. Here, here, here. Du Go hurriedly handed the blanket over, afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and prepare to release the gas again. If that happened, they would all be wiped out. After all, he hadn't lived long enough yet. That's more like it. Zhong Feng took the blanket with satisfaction and immediately wrapped it around his body. Instantly, he felt a wave of warmth. However, Cheng Chumo and the other two felt uncomfortable. The three of them could only curl up together and shiver. There was nothing they could do. The air in the sky blew, forming waves of cold wind that were bone-chilling. The three of them hugged each other and shivered non-stop. Their lips were turning blue. Just like this, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Zhong Sun, who was outside, couldn't stand it anymore. He said with a trembling voice, Tai Nyo, when you came up, didn't you bring a package? Go and see if there's anything that can keep out the cold. Yeah, I brought something when I came up. How could I forget? Look at my dog head. Cheng Chumo suddenly stood up and patted his head. He then went to rummage through the package beside him. After rummaging for a long time, he seemed to have seen something and exclaimed, "Why is this thing in the hot air balloon?" With this roar, everyone's attention was focused on him. What is it? Zhong Feng looked at Cheng Chumo with a puzzled face. Come and see for yourself. Cheng Chumo pulled at the package, as if unwilling to say more. Trying to be mysterious. Zhong Feng secretly spat. He frowned and walked towards the package. When he glanced at it, he felt unwell. The package was filled with gunpowder. He roughly estimated that there were 10 stones. One stone was equivalent to 120 kilograms. That would be 1,200 kilograms of gunpowder. He subconsciously exclaimed, "Gunpowder? Why is there so much gunpowder in the package?" He remembered that when he went up the hot air balloon, he didn't bring any gunpowder. Why was there this thing now? If it was other things, it would be fine. However, gunpowder was very dangerous, especially in the sky. If there was any danger, there would be no way out. Moreover, there was a lot of gunpowder. If they weren't careful, everyone could be smashed to pieces. I don't know either. Cheng Chumo pulled a long face, expressing his innocence. Of course, he knew the pros and cons of this, but if it wasn't him, he would definitely not admit it. Chapter 1866. You don't know? Zhong Feng frowned, then looked at Zhong Sun Chong and Du Go. If Cheng Tianyu really didn't know, then it was these two guys who did it. Tell me, did you two do it? It wasn't me. Zhong Sun Chong's face changed, and he quickly waved his hand to get rid of suspicion. When we got on the hot air balloon, we followed your instructions and moved some things up. How would we dare to move this thing that could kill us? Moved some things? Zhong Feng held his chin and began to recall what happened before they got on the hot air balloon. He did ask these guys to move some sandbags to stabilize the hot air balloon, but he didn't ask them to move gunpowder. With these guys' courage, they shouldn't dare to do such a thing privately. After all, this wasn't a joke. Could it be that they accidentally moved it up? He kind of believed this because these people didn't have the courage to joke with their lives. Fortunately, he didn't smoke because he was afraid of hydrogen. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where he became fertilizer. Forget it, forget it. Since we've already moved it up, let's not bother about this. Zhong Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was letting them go. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly remembered something. He glanced at everyone and said with a serious face, "Now that the gunpowder is on the hot air balloon, you can't play with fire or smoke. Just in case, let me take care of the matches." After saying that, he reached out and asked for the matches from everyone. Everyone didn't hesitate and handed the matches to Zhong Feng. After all, they all knew the power of the gunpowder. If it was ignited, it would be a total annihilation. Zhong Feng put the matches in his waist and glanced at the exposed gunpowder. He said with some worry, "You guys hurry up and pick up the gunpowder. What if something happens? Lao Tzu doesn't want to die." Hearing this, the three of them didn't dare to delay. They quickly wrapped the gunpowder in 3 layers and tore it to make sure there was no problem. Only then did they stop. Zhong Feng nodded with satisfaction, then glanced down and looked back at everyone. Do you guys know where we are? The 3 of them were puzzled. Weren't they in Chang'an just now? You don't recognize me now? They hurriedly glanced down and looked at the high mountains and hills below. Almost in unison, they said, "This is Shang province." Their fathers were all high-ranking officials in the imperial court. Naturally, they were very familiar with the customs of the Tang dynasty. Even if they were on a hot air balloon, they could still distinguish the regions. Shang Prefecture? Zhong Feng frowned. He had a bad premonition. How did we end up in Shangju? I don't know either. Cheng Chumo's expression was somewhat unsightly. He said, I heard from my father that there are Turks stationed in Shang province. There are as many as 200,000 soldiers and horses. What? Zhang Xuan's expression changed. He held onto the iron wire and asked, why are there Turks here? Aren't we getting closer and closer to the Turkic camp? He knew what it meant to go to the Turkic camp. It was death. The Tang dynasty and the Turkic Empire were at war all year round. If he went there now, he would definitely become a captive. The hot air balloon soon fell into a panic. The 3 timid guys hugged each other tightly and secretly prayed that the hot air balloon would leave the Turkic camp. On the other hand, Zhong Feng held his chin as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of joy. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, don't cry. Lao Tzu will bring you guys to do something big. How about it? Something big? Cheng Chumo subconsciously raised his head and was somewhat curious. What big thing? You're not thinking of pushing us into a pit of fire, are you? He did not think that Fengzi had anything big to do. Now that they were close to the Turkic camp, what big thing could they do? Could it be that they were going to court death? Yes, Fengzi. We're all brothers. You can't harm us. Du Go was also worried. His thoughts were similar to Cheng Chumo's. He did not think that Fengzi could bring them to do anything big. On the contrary, he knew how to play tricks. Don't worry. It's definitely not a bad thing. Zhong Feng revealed a harmless smile. I guarantee that you guys will feel that this trip was not in vain. The 3 of them looked at each other. For a moment, they did not know how to answer. This was because they knew that Fengzi was not a kind person. He said that he was going to do something big, but he did not specify what it was. This caused their hearts to be in a mess. They were afraid that this fellow would leave them to be fed to the Turks if they were not careful. No, they had to ask more clearly. Fengzi, what big thing are you bringing us to do? Can you be a little clearer? Cheng Chumo looked curiously at Zhong Feng. As he spoke, he held tightly onto Zhong Sun, afraid that Zhong Feng would have some improper thoughts about him. That's right, Fengzi. You should have told us earlier so that we would have been prepared. Du Go could not help but interject. His body was trembling, but it was unknown whether it was from the cold or from fear. What's with all this nonsense? Zhong Feng waved his hand impatiently. You guys are used to being wastrels. When you hear that you're going to do something big, you're actually so scared. Lao Tzu originally wanted to do something big this time to wash away your bad reputation. Since you guys are so scared, then don't go. Lao Tzu will go alone. When he comes back, don't drool. Chapter 1867. With that, he crossed his arms, leaving his back to the crowd. He seemed to be unable to restrain his anger, but in fact, he was already overjoyed. He had said those words to provoke these guys. In his heart, he really hoped that they would do it together. After all, he might not be able to do it alone. Sure enough, Cheng Chumo couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly stood up, as if he couldn't feel the cold anymore. Fengzi, I'll do it with you. With that, he turned around and glanced at Zhong Sun and Du Go. It seemed to be a question, but it also seemed to be a threat. He admitted that what Fengzi said just now was not wrong. He had always been regarded as a dandy, and he had never done anything that would make his family proud. Now that Fengzi said that he was going to do something big, and it didn't seem like he was lying, then he would do it. However, just in case, he had to drag these 2 guys along. The two of them were startled and hesitated. They looked at each other for a while, then seemed to have made a decision in their hearts. They stood up and said, "Feng Zi, we'll do it too." Hearing that everyone agreed, Zhong Feng slowly turned around and said with a smile, "That's right. I guarantee that you won't make this trip in vain." With that, he narrowed his eyes and looked straight at the crowded heads and tents in the valley in the distance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. At the same time, in Chang'an City, the streets that used to be bustling with noise and excitement seemed to be covered with a layer of haze, becoming much more depressing. The Black Tortoise Gate incident made the entire Chang'an City vigilant. Occasionally, traces of blood that had not dried up could be seen on the ground. This was left behind by the stampede at that time. Even though the soldiers had cleaned it up once, it could still be clearly heard. There were many pedestrians on the streets, but most of them were merchants doing business. There were also some peddlers and lonely servants. However, they were different from usual. They could no longer hear the shouts. They seemed to have lost their strength and were listless. In fact, they did not want to come out, but their families had to spend money. There was also a crying baby waiting to be fed. All of this forced them to come out and seek a way to survive. They traveled in groups of 3 or 5. Usually, this kind of situation would not be seen at all. After all, everyone was selling similar things. When the customers saw that there were still people to choose from, naturally, it would be survival of the fittest. There were even some who would bargain. However, it was a little different these days. The storm had not completely passed yet. Traveling together was the best way. It was also a kind of self-protection. There was no other way. In order to survive, they had to do this. After walking for a long time, the group of people was probably tired. Among the crowd, Huzi proposed to take a break. Seeing that this thing could not be sold, they might as well take a break. Thus, they simply agreed. Everyone seemed to have lost their strength and sat down on the steps, complaining incessantly. "Old Wang, when do you think this Black Tortoise Gate incident will pass?" Huzi put down the load in his hand and glanced at the white-bearded old man in the crowd. "Be careful with your words." The old man called Old Wang glared at Huzi. He put his finger to his mouth and looked cautious. Then, he glanced at the side of the street. Seeing that there were no soldiers, he slowly looked at Huzi. "You bastard. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you talk about this kind of thing? Do you want your whole family to be buried with you?" He was the oldest in the group. Back then, he was lucky enough to be a study companion of a rich family. He could recognize a few words and could be considered half a cultured person. In the village, he taught the children to read. Thus, everyone called him Old Wang out of respect. Usually, when people did not understand something, they would ask him. However, the things they asked this time seemed to make him a little angry. Huzi seemed to have noticed Old Wang's anger, but he did not dare to talk back. He could only take out a steamed bun from the basket and chew it to vent his anger. "Old Wang, don't be so angry." Zhuzi's eyes were sharp. He quickly scooped out a bowl of fermented glutinous rice from the jar and handed it to Old Wang. He said with a smile, "Old Wang, Brother Huzi was just curious. Don't blame him. Moreover, you can see through our little thoughts." After speaking, Zhuzi glanced at the crowd. His gaze paused on Huzi for a moment. Finally, he looked at Old Wang. "Old Wang, you also know that we rely on selling these steamed buns and fermented glutinous rice to support our family. Now that the imperial court has cut off our livelihood, you have to think of a way." After speaking, he glanced at Huzi and signaled with his eyes. Then, he handed the bowl of fermented glutinous rice to Old Wang. Huzi instantly understood. He quickly took out the steamed bun in his mouth and took out a new one from the basket. He handed it to Old Wang and smiled. "Old Wang, I said something wrong just now. I apologize." However, Zhuzi's words are not without reason. Now that the storm is so big, we can't sell our things. Are we waiting for death? Yes, Old Wang, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Give us an idea. If we really can't do it, let's change our profession. We really can't do this anymore. Everyone discussed and prepared to find a way out for themselves. Chapter 1868. Don't quarrel. Old Mr. Wang glanced at the crowd and gradually quieted down. Then he slowly said, I know what you are talking about, but we can't solve it in a hurry. As long as the crisis in the imperial court is not over, we will not have a good time. But we don't know when the imperial court will solve this crisis. As soon as he finished speaking, the depressed mood of the crowd immediately rose. What? Then won't our families starve to death? Yes, then when can we make money? The discussion of the crowd made old Mr. Wang feel very uncomfortable. He had watched these young people grow up. Now that there was no way to survive, he was also anxious. But it was useless to be anxious. All of this was Li Erlang's sin, and he needed to solve it. At this time, he was very disappointed with Li Erlang. Why did the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate involve the people? Wasn't this F*king harming people? If the emperor hadn't done that absurd thing, there might not be today's disaster. But then again, if he hadn't done that, Li Erlang wouldn't have been able to ascend the throne. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the imperial palace, but there was nowhere to vent his anger. This group of brats in front of him could talk about it, but he was an elder. How could he comment on this with them? Just as he was looking up, a group of soldiers came out of the city gate of Chang'an, and there were 3 strong men among them. This posture instantly attracted his attention, because he had seen before that strong men would come as long as there was a decree from the palace. Last time, when Li Erlang announced a general amnesty, the situation was similar to this. However, the posture this time seemed to be bigger than before. There were 3 strong men, and even half of the guards of Chang'an city came out. There were also some generals in armor. Hiss, was Li Erlang going to do something? Or was he going to give a general amnesty again? He didn't care so much and quickly patted the chatting crowd. Boys, the imperial decree came. Let's go and have a look with the old man after that. He slowly stood up with his hands on the ground and walked to the city gate. Everyone was still talking about a way out when they were interrupted by Old Man Wang. They were a little puzzled. When they turned around, they found that the old man had already disappeared. They hurriedly carried their burdens and chased after him. On the other side, the gate of Chang'an city was slowly opened. Su Lian led 2 groups of people out of the city, followed by 2 groups of imperial guards. In the middle stood 3 strong men. The one in the middle was holding something that looked like an imperial edict. However, upon closer inspection, it was very different from an imperial edict. His face was serious, as if the thing in his hand was extremely precious. The group quickly arrived at the place where the notice was posted at the city gate. Sai Lian waved his hand, and the guards immediately formed a circle and isolated the area within a radius of 20 meters, leaving only the notice wall in the middle. At this moment, Old Wang led Huzi and the others to the periphery. However, they were not the only ones. There were many merchants who also noticed this phenomenon. They put down their business and rushed over. They stretched their heads and looked at the guards curiously. Elder, what do you think they are doing? A kid came out and pointed at the guard. This. Old Wang frowned and stroked his white beard. It should be an imperial edict from the palace. This was just his guess. As for the specifics, he would have to see it. Everyone looked up and scrambled to look at the guard. They were very impatient. Everyone wanted to watch a show, and no one was an exception. Looking at the anxious crowd, Su Lian took half a step forward and bowed to the strongman behind him. Strongman, can we post it now? The strongman in the middle did not answer. Instead, he glanced at the 2 people beside him and nodded slightly. Then, he handed the thing in his hand to Su Lian and said in a sharp voice, "Be careful." Su Lian took it and handed it to Sang Feng. Sang Feng, post the edict on the notice wall and send 2 soldiers to guard it. Yes, General. Sang Feng took the edict and picked 2 soldiers at random. Then, he walked directly to the notice wall. The notice wall was where the government usually issued announcements. All the edicts would be posted here for the people to read. After posting the edict, Su Lian waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to withdraw. The guards immediately rushed back into the city and closed the city gates. Seeing that the soldiers had left, everyone rushed forward, wanting to see what the decree was about. Old Wang also slowly squeezed his way forward with the help of Huzi. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Crimes have been decreed." Instantly, it caused an uproar. The entire scene was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing an uproar. What? Crimes have been decreed? How could His Majesty decree crimes? That's right. Someone like His Majesty has always thought that his merits surpass the 3 sovereigns and his power surpasses the 5 emperors. How could he decree crimes? He must have seen wrongly. Many people did not even believe that Li Shimin would decree crimes. This was because in everyone's impression, Li Shimin was a murderer who killed his brothers. He had long lost his humanity. How could such a person decree crimes? Chapter 1869. They widened their eyes and craned their necks to see what was going on. Even the merchants behind them tried their best to squeeze forward when they heard the news. For a moment, the notice wall was overcrowded, and there was a stampede. "Stop! Don't make a fuss!" The guards guarding the edict shouted. They were afraid of the stampede, so they had to stop it. After the shout, the crowd quieted down a little, but the noise was still incessant. They pushed each other, trying to get closer. With the help of Huzi, Mr. Wang finally found a position close to the front. He glanced at the notice wall, and his eyes suddenly widened. Was it really an edict? How could it be an edict? When he heard the words just now, he didn't believe it. But now he saw that it was true. An edict was made by an emperor who reflected on his own mistakes. How could Li Erlang make such an edict? Was he reflecting on his own mistakes? No, impossible. How could a bastard like him, who killed his brother, issue an edict? The tragedy in Chang'an City was caused by Li Erlang. How could a person like him issue an edict? Mr. Wang instantly felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Of course, he was not the only one. Anyone who knew what an edict meant felt that they had been hit. They widened their eyes, unwilling to believe that Li Erlang wrote the edict. Because in their eyes, Li Erlang was already an emperor who brought disaster to the country. Without him, how could there be such a tragedy in Chang'an City? Without him, how could their relatives and friends be disabled and die? Without him, how could the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate come back to take their lives? However, the truth was right in front of them. The edict was right in front of them. Could it be fake? They didn't dare to think about it, so they could only continue to read with a surprised expression. Since the Xuanwu Gate, I have been unable to sleep at night. I know that I am not virtuous. However, I am guilty, but I can't blame 10,000 people. Mr. Wang couldn't help but tremble when he read this. He didn't expect that Li Erlang would dare to talk about the Xuanwu Gate so openly. Didn't he know that the ghosts in the sky were watching? Or, since he had issued an edict, he was not afraid of these. However, in the second half of the sentence, Li Erlang was talking about his own sins. Was Li Erlang really going to repent? Getting rid of the thought in his mind, Old Man Wang continued reading. If I cannot protect my children and grandchildren, Lemine, they will perish. The prosperity of a nation depends on one person, the glory of a nation depends on one person's celebration. If the year is plentiful and the world is at peace, I will remove the calamity from my body and save all nations. That is my wish. I am willing to be unstingy. If I do not give myself to a wasp, I will ask to be stung. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd started to quarrel again. Your Majesty, are you really counting your sins? His Majesty's crime has been decreed. He speaks very sincerely. Could it be that he is truly repentant? Everyone was bewildered. They couldn't believe that Li Erlang was truly remorseful. However, the letter was written so sincerely that it didn't seem fake at all. How was he going to explain this? Could it be that Li Erlang was using a delaying tactic to temporarily stabilize the hearts of the people? No, that was unlikely. The emperor's reputation was obviously more important than stabilizing the hearts of the people. At least, Li Erlang and the royal family thought so. They would not damage the royal family's dignity for such a matter. That meant that Li Erlang was truly repentant. Even the emperor of a country was repentant. It seemed that the people were still very important to Li Erlang. Everyone's eyes kept glancing at the decreed crime and slowly calmed down. They began to recall Li Erlang's merits. Although this guy killed his brother, even if the dethroned crown prince, Li Jiancheng, was still alive, he might not have done better than Li Erlang. Think about it, Li Erlang led the army to war and almost half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by him. Li Jiancheng didn't have any outstanding achievements. Instead, he colluded with King Qi. Not only colluded, but the two of them were no match for Li Erlang. What was the use of such an emperor? On the other hand, Li Erlang led the army to quell the chaos of the former Sui dynasty, beheaded the bandits, and bravely dominated the region. After becoming the emperor, he became much more diligent. He never missed a court meeting and reviewed memorials every day. He did not slack off. Not only that, he also appointed talents and was kind and thrifty. There were not many emperors like this in the past. However, they were still complaining here. It was really inappropriate. Everyone lowered their heads. Every time they thought of His Majesty's achievements, they blushed. Since His Majesty has already decreed crime, we should not harp on this matter. After all, His Majesty has also done a lot for the people. Everyone here is a merchant and should have a deep understanding of this. A merchant stood up. He spoke with emotion. In the past, the Sui dynasty was in constant war and business was not good. Now that His Majesty was on the throne, although there was no war, it had reduced a lot. His life was gradually getting better. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded secretly. Most of the people present were merchants and naturally knew the relationship between the two. That's right. Everyone, don't harp on it. Chapter 1870. Old Wang stroked his beard, but soon he frowned again. The crime has been committed, but this matter will not pass so easily. Think about it, the Black Tortoise Gate incident involves the royal family. I'm afraid it won't work if no one can speak up. The retired emperor? A young merchant stepped forward and glanced at the crowd. Only the retired emperor can resolve this matter. I heard that he has reconciled with the emperor. If the retired emperor is willing to speak up, I believe it can be resolved immediately. At the same time, he can shut the mouths of the people and we can do our business smoothly. Old Wang nodded. The only person who could speak up now was the retired emperor. The one who died in the Black Tortoise Gate was his son. It was impossible to say that he did not mind. Everyone in the world knew this. However, if the retired emperor was willing to speak up, he could shut the mouths of the people in the world. After all, this was the royal family's matter. No one had the right to interfere. If the retired emperor spoke up, who would dare to say anything? However, the retired emperor was not stupid. Would he speak up for such a matter? The eldest son and the second son fought for the throne. The second son killed the eldest son. This was not something to be proud of. Just as the crowd was in doubt, someone in the crowd shouted, "The retired emperor is preparing to worship heaven." This sentence brought everyone's attention back. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd. He was the one who said this. "How do you know?" Old Wang asked with a serious face. This was a matter of great importance to the world. It was related to the survival of their entire village. He did not dare to be careless. This news came from a brother of mine who works in the palace. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked proud. I travel extensively and am very well informed. This kind of news is just a rumor. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire street was silent. One could hear a pin drop. What shocked everyone was not the identity of this person, but the words that this person had just said. The retired emperor was preparing to sacrifice to the heavens. Originally, everyone had some doubts that this person was boasting. However, since the news came from the palace, then it might be true. Since the news was true, the retired emperor would appear to worship heaven. The storm would be over. Then, Chang'an would be able to regain its peace and they could make a living again. Since the retired emperor is preparing to offer sacrifices to heaven, when exactly will it be? Someone couldn't help but ask. Offering sacrifices to the heavens was a major event, and it would be best if they could go and take a look. Who knows, they might be able to benefit from the imperial aura. Probably in a few days. The middle-aged merchant frowned, and he seemed to be deep in thought as he said, I wonder if Dean Zhong of White Deer Academy will be participating. It's such a big matter. President Zhong should be involved, right? Most of them had received favors from Zhong Feng, so they still wanted to meet Zhong Feng. Yes, not bad. President Zhong is young and promising. She should attend such a grand event. Old man Wang stroked his beard with a smug look on his face, as if he was talking about a junior. The crowd didn't mind and just nodded vigorously. They all felt that old Wang's words made sense. Obviously, Zhong Feng had already left a good impression in their hearts as a young and promising man. At this moment, they felt that anything good they said about Zhong Feng was right. At the same time, in Xiaoshan White Deer College, following Zhong Feng's departure, the crowd didn't notice anything wrong at first. However, as time passed, some people realized that something was wrong. The first person to notice was Yuan Hong. He would usually go to the dean's place after class and ask some questions. However, when he went to look for the dean today, not only was there no one, he didn't even eat the food that was delivered. This made him very puzzled. Hence, he waited in his residence. After waiting for about 4 hours, he finally realized that something was wrong. Usually, even if the dean went out, he would be back in 2 to 4 hours at most. However, he wasn't back after so long. There was something wrong. Furthermore, the food on the table was untouched. This didn't seem like the dean's character. Could it be that he encountered some danger? Or was he kidnapped by some criminals? He shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, there wouldn't be a corpse left of the dean. Hence, he hurriedly went to look for Yu Shenan and the rest. Now that the dean wasn't around, only these few teachers could take charge of the situation. After rolling and crawling all the way, Yuan Hong finally arrived at the classroom. Sir, teacher, the dean is missing. He panted heavily and said with a flushed face. Yu Shenan was teaching in the classroom. When he heard the commotion, he wanted to reprimand them. However, when he heard that Feng Zi was missing, he immediately perked up. What did you just say? The dean is missing. Yuan Hong swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. Why is Feng Zi missing? Yu Shenan put down the book in his hand and walked quickly to Yuan Hong. He said with a serious face, hurry up and explain the matter clearly. He treated Feng Zi as his disciple. Now, this disciple was missing. How could he not be anxious? This student went to look for the dean just now. However, after waiting for 4 hours, I didn't see the dean. At first, I thought that the dean was out, so I waited for a while. However, the more I waited, the more I felt that something was wrong. I realized that the dean didn't even touch his food. Chapter 1871. Yuan Hong had a troubled look on his face. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that Yu Shenan was already preparing to leave. He hurriedly chased after him. Sir, wait for me. Immediately inform Xue Ji, Chu Suiliang, Ouyang Xiu, and the other old men to come over. After Yu Shenan finished his sentence, he rushed straight to Zhong Feng's residence. His speed was not any slower than an ordinary person's. This shocked Yuan Hong. Didn't they say that these teachers were all old? Why were they still so fast? It seemed that the dean's magic was great. A single message was enough to make the teachers run like they were flying. Yuan Hong did not care about the many thoughts in his mind. He turned around and ran to the other classrooms. Although Yu Shenan was already old and his stamina was not as good as a young person's, when he heard that Feng Zi had gone missing, he was extremely anxious. He strode toward his residence. Fortunately, there were no stones on the road. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off his feet. After rushing all the way, he finally arrived at Zhong Feng's residence. He pushed open the door and rushed in. When he went in, there was indeed no one. There was still some food on the table, but no one had touched it. That kid really went missing. Yu Shenan frowned. His face was a little pale. Where can he go? After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly walked out of the door. Just as he stepped out, he saw Chu Suiliang and the others walking toward him. Brothers, you're finally here. Yu Shenan quickly stepped forward and said impatiently, Feng Zi is missing. Chu Suiliang had his hands behind his back. When he saw that it was Yu Shan'an, he immediately stopped and frowned. We already know the news. The most important thing now is to find Fengzi. After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Xueji and the others behind him. That's right. Fengzi's disappearance is a big matter. We need to treat it seriously. Xueji stroked his sparse beard and frowned. However, with us old men, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. In Old Man's opinion, we should borrow the strength of all the students in the academy to search together. Right. Yu Shan'an nodded repeatedly. Then, he looked at Yuan Hong and said hurriedly, Yuan Hong, immediately mobilize all the students to search for Fengzi's whereabouts. Remember, don't let go of the entire Xiao Mountain. Yuan Hong nodded and turned to run towards the classroom. Xueji still felt that it was not safe enough. He waved his hand and added, remember to look for it in the forging workshop and research institute. After saying that, he turned to look at Yu Shan'an and the others. Let's go look for him too. Maybe that kid ran over there. Not bad. Chu Suiliang nodded with a worried look on his face. I don't think the two girls know about this yet. Let's go there and look for them. We'll tell them while we're at it. Jingshu and Zhong Yuyao were both Fengzi's unmarried wives. She had to inform them of such a big event. This, Royang Xiu frowned and stroked his beard. I'm afraid it's inappropriate. If we old men go to the girls' residence, what if we bring gossip to Fengzi? What's inappropriate about it? Yu Shan'an glared and seemed to be dissatisfied. As Fengzi's teachers, we naturally have to take charge of the situation now that Fengzi is not around. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, the two girls are considered juniors. Who dares to gossip about old man? After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and directly walked towards Zhong Yuyao's residence. In his heart, he was actually unwilling to go. After all, it wasn't nice for a teacher to go to the residence of his disciple's wife. However, now that Fengzi had gone missing, even if he was unwilling, he had to go because no one could take charge of the situation. When the three of them saw that Yu Shan'an was slightly angry, they knew that it was serious and quickly followed him. The four of them were almost 60 years old. Usually, they would stagger when they walked, but today, they seemed to be full of energy. Each of their steps was faster than the other, and they were unusually energetic. There was no other reason but because their disciple was missing, they seemed to have something supporting them in their hearts. In a short while, the four of them arrived at the residence of the two girls. Girls, are you in? It was not easy to enter, so Yu Shan'an could only shout outside the door. Hearing the voice, the two girls who were doing needlework quickly put down the things in their hands, lifted their skirts, and walked out. When they saw that it was the four gentlemen, they were puzzled, but they still bowed. Gentlemen, may I know why you are here today? Usually, because of the taboo between men and women, the four gentlemen never came to their residence. Even if they came, Prince Zhong would accompany them. Why did the four gentlemen come together today? Although they were puzzled, the two girls only lowered their heads. Did Fengzi come to your place? Yu Shan'an looked at the two girls and asked nervously. Prince Zhong. Jingshu raised her head and looked at Zhong Yuyao. She was puzzled, and then looked at Yu Shan'an. No, why? Gentlemen. Oh, that's bad. Xueji spread his hands and said bitterly, Fengzi is missing. Ah, Prince Zhong is missing. Zhong Yuyao's expression changed and she exclaimed, how can Prince Zhong be missing? Isn't he at the academy? Chapter 1872. That's right. How could a living person go missing? Jingshu stepped forward, looking nervous. We don't know yet. Since Fengzi isn't here, let's go somewhere else to look. Yu Shan'an sighed and was a little disappointed. He then looked at the other old fellows. Let's go somewhere else to look. With that, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Xueji and the others followed closely behind. Only two lonely girls were left. Sister Jingshu, what should we do now? Zhong Yuyao grabbed Jingshu and stomped her feet anxiously. She treated Prince Zhong as her husband. Now that her husband was missing, she was the most anxious. Don't worry. Let me think. Jingshu patted Zhong Yuyao's shoulder and lowered her head to think. After a while, she looked up and said, "We two weak girls can't do anything now. Why don't we go and look?" Okay. Zhong Yuyao nodded hurriedly. In fact, her mind was already in a mess. She didn't have any ideas. Now that Jingshu suggested it, she naturally agreed. Then let's go. Without hesitation, Jingshu pulled Zhong Yuyao and ran toward the classroom. When they reached the field, they saw a large group of students coming out of the classroom. The leader was Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, how is it? Do you know where Prince Zhong is? Jingshu stopped Yuan Hong and asked anxiously. So it's Miss Jingshu. Yuan Hong stopped and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said, "We don't know where the dean is yet. I'm going to look for him. I'll talk to you later." With that, he ran forward and waved to the students behind him. "You guys go to the workshop. You guys go to the research institute. You guys go to the cafeteria. The rest of you go up the mountain. We must find the dean." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone split up into groups of 3 and 5 and ran in different directions. The news of the dean's disappearance swept through the entire academy like a hurricane. Everyone began to move out with only one goal, and that was to find the dean. For a moment, the whole Xiao Mountain was filled with students of the academy. Everyone kept searching on the mountain, as if they had forgotten the time. The winter weather seemed to pass very quickly, and soon the sun was setting in the west. They had no choice but to hold up their torches and search every corner of the mountain carefully. However, no matter how hard the students searched, it was as if the dean had evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Even the cafeteria, the chicken coop, and other places that they could think of were searched. However, they still couldn't find the dean's figure. This made everyone extremely anxious. Yu Shan'an and the others even planned to meet the emperor and ask for help from the imperial court. They knew that Li Erlang would not ignore Fengzi's disappearance. At the same time, on the hot air balloon, gusts of cold wind blew, causing Zhong Feng and the others to curl up together due to the cold. "Where are we?" Zhong Feng pulled out the blanket and looked at Tai Nyo beside him. Cheng Chumo snorted softly and slowly opened his half-closed eyes. He glanced down. However, he couldn't see anything in the boundless dark night. He only saw some light and could only reply faintly, "I don't know where we are." With that, he wrapped the spy around him again. It seemed that he was quite cold. Zhong Feng wasn't used to his bad habit. He pulled the spy back and glanced down. "Why does this light look like fire?" With that, he frowned and felt that something was wrong. This was Sheng State. There weren't even any soldiers here. How could there be fire? Could it be the Turks? Yes, it must be the Turks. Only the Turks had such a habit. He sat up abruptly and rubbed his eyes. It was indeed fire, and there was more than one fire. Tai Nyo, Da Bing, Worm, get up quickly. Zhong Feng pushed the 3 of them, looking anxious. "What's wrong?" Zhong Sun yawned and glanced at Zhong Feng lazily. He was sleeping, but he was woken up by this fellow. He was furious. "Look over there." Zhong Feng pulled Zhong Sun up and pointed in the direction of the fire. "That should be the main camp of the Turks." "The main camp of the Turks?" Cheng Chumo grabbed the metal wire and looked in the direction of the fire. Indeed, there were quite a few fires. It was nighttime, and based on the habits of the Turks, they would light a campfire near their main camp. The main reason was to prevent the ambush of wild beasts, and another reason was to provide warmth. Seeing so many campfires below, it must be the main camp of the Turks. That meant that he was moving toward the main camp of the Turks. What if a hot air balloon landed in the main camp? Wouldn't he become a captive of the Turks? Thinking of this, he shuddered. "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way to return. This is the main camp of the Turks. We'll die if we go there." Cheng Chumo grabbed Zhong Feng's shoulders and pleaded. Zhong Sun and Du Go seemed to have understood the severity of the matter. They turned to Zhong Feng and pleaded, "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way. My family is counting on me to carry on the bloodline. I don't want to die here." Chapter 1873. Why are you all so cowardly? Zhong Feng swung Cheng Chumo's arm. "You were the one who said that you wanted to do something big with Laro Tzu. Why are you so cowardly now? He thought that these fellows would have some guts, but he didn't expect them to wet their pants before they even reached the Turkic camp. Fengzi, you can't say that. Dugo said with a sullen face. You only said that you wanted to do something big, but you didn't say what it was. We didn't expect you to come to the Turkic camp. That's right, Fengzi. Didn't you say that you wanted to do something big? Let's go back to Chang'an. Zhong Sun Chong pulled Zhong Feng and tried to change the topic. After saying that, he glanced at Cheng Chumo and signaled him with his eyes. Cheng Chumo immediately understood and pulled Zhong Feng back. Fengzi, let's go. Let's go back to Chang'an. Even if you want to blow up the imperial city, I'll go with you. Wait. Zhong Feng waved his hands and pushed their arms away. He sneered. The big thing I said just now is to blow up the Turkic camp. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were stunned. They stared at Zhong Feng as though they were looking at an alien. At this moment, their first reaction was that Fengzi was crazy. He wanted to blow up the Turkic camp with just 4 people. If that wasn't crazy, then what was going on? Fengzi, are you okay? Did you freeze? Cheng Chumo stepped forward and took off his clothes as he spoke. He was very nervous. Come, Fengzi, put on my clothes. Don't talk nonsense. If Fengzi really went crazy, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they returned. They could only take off a few clothes to protect this fellow. Zhong Sun Chong and Du Go were also nervous. They hurriedly picked up the blanket in the basket and passed it to Zhong Feng. They were also worried that Fengzi had gone crazy. After all, they were all in the same boat. If this fellow went crazy, how could they get off the pirate ship? Everyone's actions made Zhong Feng a little confused. Damn it, he asked them to blow up the Turkic camp out of goodwill to earn some merit, but these fellows said that Lao Tzu had gone crazy. However, Cheng Tianyu was still a loyal fellow. He knew that he had to take off a shirt to protect himself from the cold. It's indeed a little cold. Zhong Feng took the coat and put it on. Then, his expression changed. He shouted, "Do you guys really think that Lao Tzu has gone crazy?" Zhong Sun Chong was stunned. Fengzi's words didn't sound like something a lunatic would say. Was this fellow fine? So, he probed, "You're not crazy?" Of course Lao Tzu isn't crazy. Zhong Feng straightened his coat and glared at the crowd. You bastards, Lao Tzu brought you to blow up the Turkic camp out of goodwill to earn some merit, and you say that Lao Tzu has gone crazy? If not for the fact that you gave your coat and blanket to Lao Tzu would have kicked you off the ship. The scolding made the three of them shudder. They were now certain that this fellow wasn't crazy. A lunatic wouldn't say so much at once, not to mention Lao Tzu. But why did this fellow want to blow up the Turkic camp? Wasn't he courting death? After all, there were only 4 of them. Even if they went down, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Fengzi, since you aren't crazy, why did you urge us to blow up the Turkic camp? Cheng Chumo hugged his chest and shivered in the cold wind. The Turkic incident made him forget that his coat was still in Fengzi's hands. Yes, there are only 4 of us. Aren't we courting death if we go? Du Go was also puzzled. His side was so weak. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went? You don't know shit. Zhong Feng glared at the crowd and spat. Then, he looked in the direction of the Turkic camp and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. The Turkic people have been invading the Tang dynasty for many years. They can be said to be the enemy of the Tang dynasty. Now that they are stationed in Shengju, it's probably because they don't have enough food and are preparing to raid. As men of the Tang dynasty, of course, we have to get rid of these guys. After that, he turned to the crowd and smiled. I know you're afraid, but we have gunpowder. Later, we'll throw the gunpowder down from the sky. It'll definitely blow up these sons of B** keys. What do you think? The 3 of them didn't immediately respond. Instead, they looked at each other as if they were thinking about something. Damn it. What are you guys waiting for? Zhong Feng was a little unhappy. He glared at the crowd and said, Don't you want to get rid of your reputation as a foppish son? Now is an opportunity. As long as we kill the Turkic leader, these guys will definitely withdraw their troops. At that time, not only you guys, but even your families will benefit from your glory. Have you thought it through? The three of them were slightly stunned. They seemed to have been inspired by Zhong Feng's words. Their eyes were filled with vigor. Fengzi was right. If he were to blow up the Tujua's camp this time, then when he returned to Chang'an, wouldn't he have to give face to his family? If he were to blow up Xieli, then his family would have to put him on a pedestal, and he would be able to get rid of his reputation as a dandy. Chapter 1874. However, on second thought, there were only 4 of them while there were tens of thousands of Turks. Maybe there were even hundreds of thousands of them. How could they blow up this small amount of gunpowder? They couldn't even move a hair of the Turks. No, this method wouldn't work. The 3 of them looked at each other and talked for a while as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Wait, let us think about it first. Cheng Chumo said casually. After that, he waved his hand and pulled Zhongsun Chong and Du go to one side. Come here. This was a big matter. He wanted to discuss it with these 2 guys. Humph, you still need to discuss such a small matter. Zhong Feng looked disdainful and turned to look at the Turk camp. At first, he didn't want to blow up the Turk camp in Shengju. However, the hot air balloon kept floating in the direction of Shengju. Moreover, Cheng Tianyu even took out the gunpowder. This terrible idea slowly emerged. The Turks were the enemies of the Tang dynasty. Even if they didn't blow up today, these guys would still come south after a while. Therefore, it was better to take action before they came to plunder. After a while, the 3 guys finally finished their discussion. They came to Zhong Feng and said, Fengzi, we've decided to do it. In fact, they didn't want to do it, but they found a very serious problem. They had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get off. Yes, this was a hot air balloon. They couldn't land now unless they jumped down. It was better to fight than to fall into the hands of the Turks. That's my good brother. Zhong Feng chuckled and patted the 3 on their shoulders. Come, take out the gunpowder. Let's get ready. Cheng Chumo smiled bitterly. Who was your good brother? Was this how good brothers should be? However, he naturally didn't dare to say these words. He looked in the direction of Chang'an and found that he suddenly missed old Cheng. His father was still the best. He usually taught him to march and fight at home. He also said that a real soldier wasn't a hothead, but someone who could eat and sleep. Once on the battlefield, don't rush to charge first. You must hide at the back and fight for the head. Although he was afraid, when he thought of his father's teachings, he couldn't help but feel more confident. Back then, his father treated him very well. He heard from his mother that when he was just born, his father boasted to everyone about how amazing the sons of the Cheng family were. He said that they would definitely do great things in the future. When he was 3 years old, his father taught him how to drink. When he was 4 years old, he taught him how to ride a horse. When he was 7 years old, his father told him what kind of woman would give birth to the best children. Thinking about it carefully, it would be pretty good if his father didn't beat him often. But now, he was going to accompany this guy to his death. If his father was here, he would definitely be sad. Not only him, but also Zhongsun Chong. His heart was like a bottle of mixed feelings. No matter what, he was still a relative of the royal family and had countless honors. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could do whatever he wanted on the streets of Chang'an. The emperor was his uncle, the empress was his aunt, the crown prince was his cousin, and his father was the Duke of Qi. Who dared to provoke Lao Tzu? But now, he had to throw his life away with this lunatic. It wasn't worth it. However, he had already boarded the pirate ship. There was no room for regret unless he jumped down from here. Glancing at the height of 1,000 feet, he shuddered. If he jumped down, he would probably be smashed to pieces, right? He would also be trampled by the Turks. It was scary just thinking about it. It was better to obediently pack up the gunpowder. Even if he died, he had these guys with him. It was not a loss. Under the reluctant packing of the 3, the gunpowder was finally ready. Hehe, with this gunpowder, we can definitely blow these sons of B** keys to death. Zhong Feng looked at the bundled gunpowder in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Then, he glanced at everyone and instructed, listen to my orders later. Throw it when I tell you to. Don't throw it randomly. Otherwise, you won't be able to blow Shelley to death. There was only 1,200 catties of gunpowder, while the Turks had at least 10,000. If they wanted to blow Shelley to death, they had to throw it all into Shelley's main tent. This couldn't be sloppy, so he instructed everyone. Got it. Cheng Chumo reluctantly replied. Right now, he just wanted to end this quickly and return to Chang'an. He didn't want to play with this madman anymore. Every time he played, it was a matter of life and death. He still had to carry on the Cheng family's ancestral line and couldn't bear this kind of torment. Zhongsun Chong and the other two were silent because their thoughts were similar to Cheng Chumo's. They just wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Moreover, they had already discussed earlier that the three of them would advance and retreat together. If Feng Zi was too excessive, then Tai Nyo would be the one to resist. After all, this guy was strong and could fight evenly with anyone. Since you guys don't have any objections, then I'll go do some work now. Zhong Feng smiled. He actually knew what these guys were thinking. However, since they had boarded Lao Tzu's ship, there was no reason to disembark. Cough, cough. From now on, the three of you will take turns to keep watch. Once you see Shelley's main tent, notify immediately. The other two rest. In a while, we'll throw the gunpowder, so rest up first. What about you? Zhongsun Chong frowned. He had a bad premonition. Chapter 1875. As for me, I'll be in charge of supervising you. Zhong Feng chuckled. Then, he laid down in the basket and glanced at the Turkic camp. You guys monitor them well. Don't slack off. Although he had these fellows monitor the Turkic camp, he was still worried. Thus, he decided to monitor them himself. Otherwise, what if they drifted away? The three had no choice but to follow Zhong Feng's orders. The first to monitor the Turkic camp was Zhongsun Chong. He was pushed here by Cheng Chumo and Li Chie. The reason was that he talked too much. If this fellow had not interjected earlier, there might not have been a need to monitor them. Zhongsun Chong had a stomach full of bitterness. He had only said one sentence, and this counted. Helpless, he could only lie down beside the basket and seriously monitor the Turkic camp. At the same time, in the Turkic camp, tents were erected in the hills. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 100,000 tents. There were also 3 campfires beside each tent, illuminating the sky as if it was daytime. The Turkic people sat in groups of 3 or 5 by the campfires to warm themselves. One of the campfires seemed to be particularly lively, with endless laughter. Bao Shan, I heard that your tribe brought 10,000 men this time? A bearded man tore off a lamb leg from the rack and said with a smile as he chewed. That's right, Kaiki. Our tribe has a strong army this year. 10,000 men is nothing. The man called Bao Shan picked up the wineskin in front of him and clinked it with the person beside him. Then, he drank it in one gulp, his face filled with pride. No matter how strong the army is, isn't it still the great Khan's? Kaiki looked at Bao Shan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Seemingly sensing the other party's displeasure, he turned his gaze to the others and said with a smile, Come, let's drink and eat. He was Shelley Khan's subordinate. As the subordinate of the overlord of the grassland, he naturally had the right to look down on others. No one was an exception to this. However, he did not notice the trace of coldness in Bao Shan's eyes. Bao Shan was naturally not an ordinary person. He was Tuli's subordinate. These past few years, on the surface, Tuli and Shelley seemed to have a very good relationship, as if they were blood-related uncle and nephew, but he knew that the two of them were secretly scheming against each other. He had long been dissatisfied with this Shelley's lackey in front of him, but it was not good for him to flare up, because the other party's influence was really much greater than his own. He could only pick up the wineskin on the ground and drink alone. At this moment, a man beside him quietly stepped forward and whispered into his ear, Don't be angry. Shelley is powerful now. Bao Shan glanced at the man, snorted, picked up the wineskin and drank again. Everyone also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. They could only laugh dryly and drink silently. At this time, a burly man led a group of people into the big tent. Seeing this, Bao Shan promptly got up to greet him. She crossed her right hand over her chest and said respectfully, "Little Khan Tuli, Khan Shelley has been waiting for you for a long time." Tuli only nodded slightly without saying anything. He then walked toward the campfire and asked, "Kaiki, what were you guys talking about just now?" Reporting to the little Khan, "Your subordinate did not talk about anything. We were just drinking." Kaiki hurriedly stood up, crossed his right hand over his chest, and said respectfully, "That's good." Tuli snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Let's go into the tent." Seeing that Tuli had left, Kaiki slowly got up. However, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Inside the tent, as soon as Tuli led the group into the tent, they saw many people sitting high up in the tent eating meat and drinking wine. In the middle stood hand dancers, and at the highest point was his uncle, Shelley. "Tuli, why are you only here now? Take a seat." Shelley immediately got up when he saw Tuli and laughed heartily. Everyone also looked at Tuli and politely smiled back. These were all Turkic nobles. Many of them had troops and horses in their hands, enough to dominate a region. "Uncle, you are too polite." Tuli smiled and hurriedly went forward. He gave Shelley a bear hug before letting go and found a place to sit down. He was the son of the previous Khan. It was reasonable to say that the Khan was his. However, when his father died, he was still young. Therefore, the Khan was temporarily inherited by Shelley. Over the years, Shelley had given him some benefits in order to put up a show. He also let him manage the grassland. However, he knew very well that Shelley did this to shut the nobles' mouths. After all, the Khan did not belong to him. He had not forgotten how to take back the Khan that belonged to him. However, Shelley's power was too great. There was no chance at all. He also knew that his uncle had been guarding against him. Therefore, he had not lived well over the years. Sometimes, he even thought of forming an alliance with the Tang dynasty to destroy Shelley together. However, when he thought of his father, this idea was slowly dispelled. When his father was on the throne, which force in the Central Plains did not pay tribute to him like the Turks? He would not want to see him ask for help from the Tang dynasty. However, this power-stealing guy in front of him was very annoying. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, Shelley picked up the wine cup in his hand and slowly got up. "Everyone, I have gathered everyone here. I don't need to say more. You all know what I mean. That is, how to attack the Tang dynasty." Chapter 1876. Winter was approaching. There was not much food stored in the grassland, only some cattle and sheep. However, it was not a solution to keep killing cattle and sheep. What about next year? The only way was to rob and plunder. This was also a tradition of the Turks since ancient times. As long as winter came, they must go south to plunder. The leaders of the various tribes also deeply understood this principle, which was why everyone had gathered together. "Khan, what's there to discuss? Just fight." A man with chest hair stood up. He walked to the middle and hugged a Han woman. He rubbed her body and laughed. "Look, the women of the Tang dynasty are so soft and tender. Bring them back to warm the bed." "Ha ha ha, Gochu is right. Women like this are waiting for us in the Tang dynasty. We can't miss it." Another burly man walked out. He held a wine glass in his left hand and a dancer in his right hand. He had a lewd smile on his face. His laughter seemed to be infectious. For a moment, the whole tent laughed. Only two people seemed to be uninterested in what everyone was talking about. They just looked at everything in front of them silently. "Tuli, what do you think?" Shelley raised his wine cup, looked at Tuli, and said with a smile, "Or should I say? Or do you have any way for us to break into the Tang dynasty in one fell swoop?" Although he seemed to be asking, he was actually probing. Tuli was the son of the previous Khan. Although he did not have much power now, his fame was far greater than his. Therefore, he needed to find out his strength. And this probing was to test his strategy and wisdom. Tuli naturally sensed Shelley's probing. He smiled. "Uncle, in my opinion, what Gochu said just now is very reasonable. Just fight and beat them until they are convinced." Shelley was stunned. He thought Tuli would say something. He did not expect him to just go with the flow. It seemed that this nephew really did not have any strategy. He was thinking too much. Okay, then let's fight. Shelley smiled in relief. Then, he raised his wine glass and looked at everyone. Tomorrow, everyone will attack together and snatch the women. Snatch the women. Snatch the women. Snatch the women. Everyone raised their wine glasses. Everyone was excited. His voice traveled all the way to the outside of the tent and didn't dissipate for a long time. The soldiers patrolling outside the tent seemed to be infected by the sound and cheered incessantly. Because they knew that they could soon go to the Tang dynasty to plunder. At that time, the gold, beauties, tea bricks, and so on would all be his. Everyone couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and started dancing on the ground. At this moment, a huge black shadow slowly swept across the ground like a giant bird, covering the sky and the moon. The soldiers quickly sensed the abnormality and raised their heads. They saw a black shadow moving slowly. It looked as if it was going to cover the moon. Everyone was puzzled. The thing in the sky didn't seem to be small, so much so that it left a huge shadow on the ground. For a moment, everyone was pointing at the thing in the sky and talking about it. What is this thing in the sky? How can it be so huge? Yeah, and he can even fly in the sky. It's really incredible. He can fly. Could it be the heavenly wolf god? As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly caused a great commotion. Everyone's discussion became louder, and even their emotions were stirred up. They kept circling around the tent. Because the Turks had always claimed that they were the descendants of wolves, they called the wolves the heavenly wolf god and believed that the heavenly wolf god was omnipotent. Now that they saw this miracle that they had never seen before, they naturally attributed everything to the heavenly wolf god. Of course, there was a story behind all this. The Turks were originally a branch of the Xiongnu, but they were later destroyed by a neighboring country. At that time, there was a 10-year-old boy. The soldiers saw that he was too young and couldn't bear to kill him. So they chopped off his legs and threw him into the grass. Later, the child was saved by a female wolf. When he grew up, he mated with the wolf. When the king of the neighboring country heard that the child had grown up, he was afraid that there would be trouble in the future, so he sent people to kill him. The people who killed the child saw that there was a wolf beside him and wanted to kill it as well. The wolf escaped and fled to a cave in the north of Gaochang. In that cave, the wolf gave birth to 10 little boys. They gradually grew up, formed their own families, and reproduced. One of them lived in the area of Altai Mountain. Altai Mountain was shaped like a helmet during battle. The locals called them the Turks, so they took the name of the Turks. There was another story. The Turks were originally in the north of the Xiongnu. The leader of the tribe had 17 brothers. One of them was called Iji Nishitu, who was born of a wolf. Nishitu married 2 wives, and one wife gave birth to 4 boys. The eldest son was called Nadu Liu, who was later promoted to the leader of the tribe and named the Turks. Nadu Liu had 10 wives. After Nadu Liu's death, the 10 wives brought their sons to the tree and agreed that all the children would jump toward the tree. Whoever jumped the highest would be the leader. Ashi, who was born of Nadu Liu's concubine, was young and agile. He jumped higher than all the other children and was promoted to the leader. This story also showed that the Turks were passed down by wolves. Chapter 1877. That was why the Turks valued the heavenly wolf god so much. Soon, the soldiers' discussion alarmed the nobles in the tent, and they sent their subordinates out to inquire. What's the commotion outside? A bearded man opened the tent flap and stroked the scimitar at his waist, glaring angrily at the crowd. Don't you know that the Khan is discussing something important? Are you tired of living? The flickering light shone on the man's face, making him look sinister and terrifying. The crowd wasn't in the mood to care about that. They all pointed to the sky and looked at the man. General Yashin, look at what's in the sky. Everyone is saying that the heavenly wolf god is here. Take a look. Heavenly wolf god? Yashin frowned. He was also a Turk and also believed in the heavenly wolf god, but he had never seen it before. Now, the heavenly wolf god had actually appeared. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and glanced at the sky. With just one glance, he felt like his world was about to collapse. Something was flying in the sky. And it wasn't small either. Could it really be the heavenly wolf god? Yes, it had to be the heavenly wolf god. Only the heavenly wolf god had such magical powers. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and scrambled into the tent. Because he was too excited, he almost stumbled. Fortunately, he steadied himself in time and hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, shouting, "Great Khan Sheli, the heavenly wolf god has appeared outside." At this point, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The tent was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only Yashin was still talking to himself. After a while, Shelley seemed to have sensed something. He slammed the table and stood up, looking at Yashin excitedly. What? What did you just say?" When he heard Yashin mention the heavenly wolf god, he thought that this guy was drunk and talking nonsense. But the more he heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. The heavenly wolf god had appeared. How the hell was that possible? As the ruler of the grassland, he had never seen the heavenly wolf god. How could a small general like you see the heavenly wolf god? Not only Shelley, but everyone else also sensed that something was wrong. They all stood up and looked at Yashin seriously. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "That's right. If you dare to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god, Lao Tzu will exterminate your entire clan." They were all nobles and overlords of the grassland. In their hearts, they had supreme reverence for the heavenly wolf god. They believed that everything they had was bestowed upon them by the heavenly wolf god and that the heavenly wolf god was their ancestor. Even a person of his status had never seen his ancestor. "How dare a small general like you talk nonsense here?" At this moment, almost all of them thought that Yashin was either crazy or trying to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god. The heavenly wolf god held a supreme position in their hearts. Anyone who dared to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god would die without a doubt. Obviously, everyone doubted the veracity of Yashin's words. After all, no one had ever seen the Sirius god. Now, this guy was saying that the Sirius god had appeared. Moreover, it was so sudden. Who would believe it? It was like you were praying to Buddha. As you prayed, someone said that Buddha had appeared. Would you be able to accept it immediately? Of course not. His first reaction was to be dumbfounded. However, Yashin didn't think so. He had seen the heavenly wolf god with his own eyes. "Khan, nobles, everything I said is true." Yashin looked around at everyone. He kept waving his hands and pointed outside the tent from time to time. He was very emotional. "When I went out to take a look just now, I saw something flying in the sky. It had already covered the moon. Tell me, if that isn't the heavenly wolf god, then what is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the tent fell silent. Everyone was silent. Shelley frowned. This guy didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, this guy had no reason to lie and wouldn't dare to do so. "But, let's go. Everyone, follow me out and take a look." He waved his hand and decided to go out and take a look. Everyone didn't hesitate. They got up and followed him. After all, Yashin didn't have the guts to lie to everyone. After listening for so long, they might as well go out and take a look. For a time, almost everyone in the tent had left. Only one table was left. That was Tuli. He felt that something was wrong and was hesitating whether to go or not. "Little Khan, what should we do?" Bao Shan whispered in Tuli's ear. Tuli frowned. Although he felt that something was wrong, everyone had gone out. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to not go. So he said, "Let's go and take a look too." After saying that, he stood up, waved his sleeve, and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, as soon as Shelley led everyone out, he found a dark shadow on the ground. The soldiers were dancing as if they were cheering for something. They kept shouting, "Long live the heavenly wolf god." He sensed the abnormality and suddenly looked up. He vaguely saw some shadow floating in the sky. The shadow actually covered the moon. Huh! What was that? How could it fly in the sky? And it could even cover the moon? It seemed a little too magical. Could it be that it was the heavenly wolf god like everyone said? He wasn't the only one who had this question. The nobles also had this question. Chapter 1878. They all looked up at the shadow in the sky. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. because they had never seen such a scene before. A shadow that could cover the moon, this was the King, heavenly wolf god. Tuli was the slowest. At this moment, he was also deeply shocked by the scene in the sky. His eyes widened, as if he didn't want to believe it, but he didn't think it was a problem. Because everyone said it was the heavenly wolf god, he had no reason to refute. Moreover, this thing was indeed flying in the sky. Wasn't it compatible with the heavenly wolf god's influence? Also, other than the heavenly wolf god, who else had such divine power? Could it fly in the sky? For a moment, everyone seemed to tacitly agree that the shadow in the sky was the heavenly wolf god. Many people had already knelt on the ground and began to pray, blurting out things like "bless the grassland with good weather." Fortunately, Shelley was still rational. He didn't kneel like a soldier, but waved his hand. Call the shaman. He wasn't doubting the heavenly wolf god, but there was a tradition in the grassland. If there were any miracles, incomprehensible signs, or signs that weren't man-made, they needed to find a shaman for divination. Just like now, this thing in the sky was a miracle, but no one knew why it appeared. Or what instructions did it have? This required a shaman to divine and communicate with the heavenly wolf god to express the heavenly wolf god's intentions. The shaman soon arrived. He wore strange clothes and held all kinds of magic tools in his hands. When he saw the shadow in the sky, he seemed to be wrong and stood still for a long time. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and hurried forward. Khan. He crossed his arms and bowed to Shelley. Quickly communicate with the heavenly wolf god. Shelley waved his hand and didn't care much. Instead, he looked at the sky with excitement. Yes. The shaman nodded and then waved his hand. Two people stood behind him. They were holding a skeleton, which looked like a wolf skeleton. It had been air-dried and was embedded with all kinds of gems. When the wolf skeleton was carried out, everyone present seemed to have changed into another person. Facing the wolf skeleton, they crossed their arms across their chests. Even Shelley and Tuli were no exception. Tungri, their faces were solemn as they cheered loudly. Tungri was the Turkic people's word for blessings. The general idea was that the god of heaven was protecting them. In this case, it was the heavenly wolf god protecting them. After praying for blessings, the wizard began to perform the ritual. He danced around the wolf bone, shaking his magic weapon and muttering, "Tungri, Tungri, please bless the people of the grassland to never go hungry. Tungri, please bless the invincible warriors of the grassland. Tungri, please bless the underground Khan, ever victorious." Everyone looked at the magus, and for a moment, tears welled up in their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to be resonating with each other. Everyone began to dance with joy. After about 15 minutes, the shaman's prayer finally stopped. He crossed his right hand over his chest and looked at Shelley with a sincere face. "My most respected Khan Shelley, the Sky Wolf god told me that the grassland warriors will definitely win this war." Hearing this, Shelley could not help but tear up. His right hand crossed over his chest as he looked at the hot air balloon in the sky. He said emotionally, "Thank you, heavenly wolf god." How many years had it been? Back then, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Turks were so powerful. Didn't those aristocratic brothers in the Central Plains scramble to give them big gifts? The Turks even dominated a region. What could they not get? Did they want to go there? However, with the establishment of the Tang dynasty, these guys became more and more arrogant. Were they not willing to pay tribute? In addition, the weather on the grassland was changeable. Once winter came, the herdsman could not survive at all. He did not pity the herdsman. It was just that the herdsman did not have cattle and sheep to graze. What could they eat? Therefore, he decided to go south and teach Li Shimin, this arrogant guy, a good lesson. He would rob all the treasures of the Tang dynasty, take all the women of the Tang dynasty to the grassland, and turn all the men of the Tang dynasty into slaves to graze for him. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. He was not the only one who had this idea. Basically, all the nobles present had the same idea. Each of them had troops and horses under their command, enough to dominate a region. It was just that Shelley had more troops and horses, and he had smoothly ascended the throne. Otherwise, they would have rebelled and established themselves as kings. However, There was no harm in following Shelley this time. At least they could go to the Tang dynasty and plunder. In this way, their troops could be replenished, and this damn winter could pass peacefully. The public's thoughts always went with the flow, but there were always others who had different thoughts. As the son of the previous Khan, Tuli had been eyeing Shelley's Khan position for a long time. Because this position was originally his. It was only because he was young at that time that Shelley took it. Watching Shelley govern the grassland, he was unconvinced. However, he could only suppress this unwillingness in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Shelley's troops were the largest in the grassland. As long as he showed a trace of disobedience, this guy would kill him. Therefore, he had been very careful. Chapter 1879. Until now, the wizard actually said that Shelley would lead the grassland to win this war. This was undoubtedly a blow to him. It was not that he did not want the grassland to win, but that he did not want Shelley to win. Once Shelley won, this guy's reputation in the grassland would be higher, and the hope of his revival would be even slimmer. Thinking of this, Tuli felt as if a thorn had pierced his heart, and the pain was unbearable. He glanced at the cheering Shelley, and resentment grew in his heart. Shelley knew all this, but at this time, he was not in the mood to care about this. Instead, he opened his arms and looked at the hot air balloon with a sincere face, trying to accept the blessing of the Sirius god. This was the wizard's method. As long as he looked at the Sirius god sincerely, the Sirius god would bring courage, force, wisdom, and blessings to this land. And he would lead countless grassland warriors to rush into the Tang dynasty and take away the wealth and women of the Tang dynasty. He would let this group of lowly Han people remember that the land under their feet was a gift from the Sirius god. Once the Sirius god was angry, the grassland warriors would raise their butcher's knife again and use the blood of all the people of the Tang dynasty to worship the Sirius god. At the same time, on the hot air balloon, Zhong Feng patted Cheng Chumo, who was half asleep, and said angrily, "Wake up, we have arrived at the Turks' camp." He did not even blink just now, for fear of missing the Turks' camp, but Cheng Tianyu could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. He really did not know if he was a pig in his previous life. "Fengzi, why did you disturb me again?" Cheng Chumo slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them. Then, as if he had realized something, his face changed as if he had been frightened. "Fengzi, what did you just say?" "We have arrived at the Turks' camp." Where? Where?" As he spoke, he suddenly got up and leaned against the basket. He looked down and only saw a dense crowd. "Oh my God, so many people. What? Are you scared?" Zhong Feng crossed his arms and sneered. "If you are scared, I will throw you down now. Then it will be fine." "How could that be?" Cheng Chumo hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Feng, revealing a fawning smile, as if he was afraid that the other party would really throw him down. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he said, "Fengzi, what do we do now?" In truth, he was very afraid, but now that he was in the Turkic camp, there was no point in being afraid. Even if he jumped down, he wouldn't have an intact corpse. Besides, the Turks shouldn't be able to do anything to him while he was in the sky, right? Thinking of this, he didn't know where his courage came from, but it was as if he wasn't afraid anymore. Zhong Feng saw that this guy had finally regained some of his manliness, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. He turned to Zhong Sun, Chong, and Du Go. "You guys should be fine as well, right?" Then, without waiting for the two to answer, he said, "Since there are no problems, let's begin the preparations." Zhong Sun was furious with Du Go. Originally, the two of them wanted to say that they were scared and let Iron Bull throw them. In the end, this guy didn't even give him a chance to speak. They could only curse in their hearts that Fengzi's son wouldn't have any eyes in the future. Cursing was one thing, but work still had to be done. The two of them reluctantly began to prepare the gunpowder. Seeing that Zhong Feng didn't call him, Cheng Chumo leaned on the basket and enjoyed the scenery. However, good things didn't last long. Zhong Feng shouted again. "Cheng Tianyu, do you want to die? Do you think that you won't work if Lao Tzu doesn't call you? Hurry up and prepare." Hearing this, Cheng Chumo hurriedly covered his head and scurried away. He worked with Zhong Sun, Chong, and the others to prepare the gunpowder. At this time, Zhong Feng's anger finally subsided. He looked at the crowd and said, "Wait a moment. When I give the order, throw the gunpowder. Don't be confused." After saying that, he walked to the basket and observed the situation again. He was very curious. Why were so many Turks gathered together? Furthermore, they were all looking at him with their heads raised. Could it be that these fellows liked hot air balloons? However, this was a good thing. The more people there were, the more destructive the gunpowder would be. Originally, he wanted to look for Shelley's tent. Now, it seemed that Shelley might be among them. Then he would blow this place up. After making up his mind, Zhong Feng turned his head and waved his hand behind him, indicating for the people to bring the gunpowder up. The three of them understood. Each of them hugged 2 bundles of large explosives and slowly walked forward. "Look over there. When I tell you to throw it, throw it." Zhong Feng glanced at the crowd with a serious face. He didn't know how many times he had reminded them. He was really worried that these fellows would ruin things. "Oh, I know. You've said it 800 times. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhong Feng impatiently. Then, he glanced down and was somewhat puzzled. Why are these dogs all gathered together? What are they doing? Isn't it obvious? Zhong Sun curled his lips as if he understood very well. They are looking down on us. We brought so much gunpowder and they didn't even dodge. They are looking down on us. Yes, they are looking down on us. Chapter 1880. Dugo nodded. It seemed like he agreed with this point. Zhong Feng was speechless. He only felt that these 3 fellows were drama queens. The Turks gathered together to look down on them? What kind of logic was that? Besides, the Turks didn't know that they were holding gunpowder in their hands. He suddenly felt that there was no way to communicate with these inhumane fellows. Otherwise, he would be led astray. Just as he was about to explain, Cheng Chumo spoke. His eyes widened as he took out a match from his waist and coldly said, "Mother ***, you dare to look down on me?" After which, he threw the match onto the fuse. In an instant, the fuse crackled. Seeing that Cheng Chumo had lit the fuse, Zhong Sun Chong and Dugo followed suit and lit the fuse. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Zhong Feng didn't have the mood to blame these fellows for secretly lighting the fuse. However, he didn't expect that not only did these fellows not throw it, they even imitated the 5 warriors of Wolf Ivory Mountain. After lighting the fuse, they even held it in their hands and glared at the Turks below, trying to kill them with their eyes. This scared Zhong Feng to death. He threw a slap over and said angrily, "Mother ***, hurry up and throw it away. Hurry up and throw it, it'll be too late." Only then did the 3 of them react. They hurriedly threw the gunpowder in their hands down. After throwing it, they still didn't seem to be satisfied. They hurriedly threw it. Zhong Feng could only watch from the side, afraid that the hot air balloon would explode. In an instant, a gift pack of 1,200 catties of gunpowder was thrown down toward the Turks' camp. Sparks flew from the gunpowder like fireworks. However, these fireworks lost their gravity in the air and began to drift around the Turks' camp. At this moment, the Turks who were cheering underground felt that something was wrong. It seemed like something was falling from the sky, and this thing was carrying flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just a little bit. It was like the stars in the sky, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled and decided to ask the shamans. When it came to such incomprehensible things, people were still keen to believe in the wizards. The Magus had also noticed the abnormality in the sky. He was slightly taken aback and continued to dance. However, he seemed to be even crazier now. His movements were even more exaggerated, as though he was possessed by some mysterious force. Not long after, the veins on the wizard's forehead bulged and white foam flowed out of his mouth. He jumped while muttering something. "Almighty Heavenly Wolf God, please bestow upon the Prairie Warriors the greatest power, so that the Prairie Warriors will be invincible." Hearing the cheers, the crowd became excited. It was as if they had been summoned by the Heavenly Wolf God. The blood in their bodies burned as they scrambled to cheer, "Heavenly Wolf God." Following a series of cheers, the things in the sky finally fell down. One of the fuses used to bind the gunpowder seemed to have burned out at the moment it fell to the ground. The ground that was originally illuminated by the fire suddenly flashed with a glaring white light. Rumble! The entire night sky was illuminated by the explosion of gunpowder. A huge explosion rang out, covering all other sounds. The one closest to the gunpowder was the Magus. He was blown to smithereens on the spot. His head was separated from his body. Minced flesh began to roll in the sky and could be seen everywhere on the ground. Many soldiers were in the same situation. Minced flesh was scattered all over the ground. After the explosion, it was as if the entire world had quieted down. Immediately after, waves of air swept out in all directions. Wood shavings, minced flesh and other things began to fly in the air. Kerosene leaked out and splashed on the surrounding tents. The campfire was ignited and the area within a radius of 10 feet was a sea of fire. Before Shelley could react, he felt a wave of air attack and pushed him far away. Even his ears were buzzing. At this moment, he was half lying on the torn tent. His face was full of spots from iron shavings. The armor on his body had already been torn into pieces. One of his hands was trembling as he stroked his chest. The other arm was long gone. A large amount of blood flowed out of the torn wound and dyed the ground red. He squinted his eyes. It was unknown if he was unwilling to open them or if he could not open them. He was howling in grief. His body was trembling non-stop. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. His body was covered in blood and there was also a lot of iron shavings. It was unknown whose blood it was. At this moment, it had already invaded his entire body. Not far away, a burning tent covered a burly man's body. This man was none other than Thule. Just now, he was overthrown by the airwave. Coincidentally, the burning tent fell down, adding injuries to his injuries. He tried hard to stretch out his right arm but found that he could not exert any strength. However, the burning tent covered his body. Waves of burning sensation came. As if he had regained his strength, he clenched his teeth and finally tore off the burning tent. At this moment, Thule's face was finally revealed. His face was full of iron shavings and wood shavings. Wherever the iron shavings touched, there was not one that was not full of holes. Some were even bleeding. He raised his trembling right arm and stroked his left arm because he felt unbearable pain. Chapter 1881. Sure enough, the skin and flesh on his left arm were gone. A large piece of white bone was exposed as if it had been gnawed by something. He vaguely remembered that he did not have anything to defend himself against the powerful blast of air just now, so he subconsciously raised his left arm. That was what he got in return. The pain was unbearable. He subconsciously touched his side and a piece of cloth appeared in his hand. He clenched his teeth and pulled with his right arm, but the cloth did not move at all. He had no choice but to use more strength. Although he was injured, the grassland men had always been brave. This problem did not stop him. The cloth was slowly pulled apart, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. If it was under normal circumstances, he might have found it pleasant to hear. After all, he had once pulled the clothes of a Han woman like this. But now, he felt that it was ear-piercing. The cloth was finally pulled apart. He tried hard to open his burned eyes, trying to find his injured left arm. However, all he saw was a grey sky. Around him were minced meat, corpses, wood chips, fire, and so on. The smell of death flowed into his body through the tip of his nose. The unpleasant smell made him cough twice. However, these two coughs caused him to cough up blood and foam. He could not care less. He turned his head and bit the cloth. His right arm was twisted back and forth. Waves of pain came and he kept howling. Finally, after twisting for a long time, he was done. He clenched his teeth and tried to sit up with his right hand on the ground. However, waves of pain came from his abdomen, making him feel as if he was being torn apart. In the end, he gave up. He could only lie down and glance at the surroundings. With just one glance, he saw death, blood, and sacrifice. The whole camp was razed to the ground. Fire, burning tents, and minced meat were everywhere. He felt a little nauseous. However, there was nothing in his stomach. He could not vomit, so he could only dry heave. Waves of wailing came from not far away. It sounded like the screams of ghosts from hell, but also like the cries of people who were about to die. The whole Shung prefecture was shrouded in panic. At this moment, the neighs of war horses came. Tuli turned his head and glanced in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of people rushing over. They were the people of various Turkic tribes. Khan, little Khan. The people who came kept shouting. It was as if Tuli heard his savior. With great difficulty, he raised his right arm to signal for help. Those sharp-eyed men and horses quickly realized what was going on. They hastily stepped forward to support Tuli. Little Khan, how are you? The one who spoke was a big man with a full beard. Tuli had an impression of this man. He was his subordinate. Although he was his subordinate, he could not say anything at all. He could only point into the distance. The place he was pointing at was the grassland. This big man was quite smart. He immediately understood Tuli's intention and said, Little Khan, do you mean to return to the prairie immediately? Tuli still didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded slightly in response. The burly man nodded in response. Then, he glanced at the crowd and shouted, Get a group of people to make a stretcher and escort Little Khan back to the grasslands. The rest of you, follow me to find Khan. After saying that, he carefully placed Tuli on the ground. After giving him a meaningful glance, he turned around and left. However, from beginning to end, Tuli's arm did not lower, as if he still had something to say, but that big man had already disappeared. A moment later, that big man found Shelly in the same way. Surprisingly, Shelly and Tuli said the same thing. They also wanted to return to the grasslands. Therefore, the uninjured Turkic soldiers made several stretchers and escorted Shelly and Tuli back to the grasslands. At the same time, in Shengju City. Ever since Jin Sheng, the provincial governor of Shengju, received the news that the Turkic people were coming to the Tang dynasty to plunder, he had been training his troops every day. He knew that he was no match for the Turkic people. Therefore, while training, he asked the imperial court for reinforcements. However, something strange happened. The war had not started yet, but the Turkic people had already started fighting among themselves. To be more precise, the heavenly thunder struck over the Turkic people and a fire broke out overnight. Did they withdraw their troops overnight? Not a single soldier was left behind. This made Jin Sheng a little confused. Why would the heavenly thunder strike where the Turkic people were stationed without any reason? Taking a step back, even if there was a heavenly thunder, why didn't these Turkic people know to avoid it? Moreover, the Turkic people claimed to have 200,000 troops this time. No matter how powerful the heavenly thunder was, it was impossible to annihilate 200,000 troops overnight. Strange. Judging from these signs, some of them were strange. They had no reason to give up going south. Did the Turkic people not plan to plunder anymore? That was impossible. Based on his years of experience in guarding Shengju, this was simply impossible. First of all, the Turkic people would run out of food in winter. Half of their cattle and sheep would be killed or injured. Moreover, the Turkic people lived by herding. Without cattle and sheep, what would they eat? Moreover, the Turkic people and the Tang dynasty had always been enemies. Going south to plunder seemed to be engraved in their bones and had become a tradition. They would do it every year. It was even more impossible to cancel it this year. All these were true. Could it be that the Turkic people were plotting something?